And,
Check it online.
checked it online.
And when you touch them, you don't go there. Yeah. Well, you can just instruct I'm telling you what, I cannot get used to that. I'm spoiled, I guess. I don't know.
Conservation District is going to do their presentation and then they're going to send out the blue.
It's clumsy.
It's
And
on
it takes forever. And when I get an email, say, oh, I'll just forward it to my, and you know, a handheld ad so that it's actually there. And usually my emails I go on, but if I get one here and I think it should go there, I don't try to, okay, now I'm gonna do this and do that to get it over on that. I just see my Campbell ad, so I gotta put it on the house record. The replacement for books.
Yeah, I watched that whole planning commission meeting. I ended up like watching the whole live stream.
Yeah.
They are pretty salty up there.
Yes.
They're gonna ask me
Lauren, your microphone's on. Run.
They were saying that we didn't have enough time to
Run,
review.
run, run. I just turned mine off.
What? Oh, I'm gonna mute myself now.
There we go. There we go.
There's someone checking.
You ready, Jen?
I'm ready when you are.
All right. All right, we're gonna call the meeting to order. Stand for the pledge and have a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we can have the roll call.
A reminder to make sure that your red light on your speaker is on. Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Walter.
Here.
Commissioner Bunnick.
Here.
Commissioner Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Alguier. Here. Chairman Miller.
Here.
All present.
All right, next up, we have the approval of the agenda in front of us. I believe we have some late additions, so let's.
We have two late additions for your consideration. One is in the building safety, staffing levels, which is a result of the Teamsters agreement. We'd like to place that as number 7B. And then with the other item, and then the other one is adoption agreement for eligible government 457 plan. This is basically adding the option of having a Roth 457 available for employees' consideration. We'll have that under as 1B.
All right, do you have any other questions about the agenda? All right, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Support. All right, a motion by Commissioner Alguier and support by
Wessel.
Mr. Wessel. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All
All right, next up, we have communications. Anything for that?
First of all, couple of items, or a number of items on here. One is on the Leelanau Township Power Project. As you probably, as I shared in the email with you last week, is that the public hearing and possible decision as relates to the special land use permit applications will take place on the 23rd of this month. There is a possibility that we may extend 1 week the approval process, but I'll be talking with the township planner on that one. Teamsters agreement, don't know if we've said it publicly, maybe we should have last week, but all parties, both the Teamsters and the county have ratified the agreement. All provisions of the agreement went into effect starting Saturday. I know there's been some questions asked about the 2% grants. We don't expect to hear anything. Last year, we looked at back, we didn't hear from the tribe about any of the grant applications until the end of January. So a lot of people said, well, when are we going to know? Okay, we're still waiting too. So any action that you will take on any of the grants that we've applied for to the county be on your February agenda because we have to accept it. Last but not least, I want to let you know about a project that's been working on, and that is the removal of the pit toilets at Old Settlers Park and at Miles Kimberly Park. Right now, we're waiting to at Miles Kimberly. We have to move a meter that belongs to consumers. That'll be done by the end of the month. And then we've got proposals. We have 3 proposals that are under the spending limit of myself. But the idea is to take them out, crush the pits, and then in the spring we'll build concrete pads. So now we'll go to porta johns instead of having the pit toilets. It's been a source of complaint for I understand a number of years. So it's total project will be under $10,000. It comes out of the maintenance line item that we have in our budget. So just giving you a heads up, let's let you know a couple things that are happening out there. So there you go.
Questions for Richard? Yes.
Yeah, you're talking about Miles Kimberly, and there's no regular toilets there at all with water and all that. I thought there were some.
There is a pit toilet there. It is, of course, they empty it for it, but there is no other facilities. But what we're going to do is put in porta johns instead of having the pit toilet there. That could be serviced much easier. Okay. What our game plan is to have the concrete pad large enough that if we wanted to, we can have 2 what I would call handicap porta johns, so there's more room, or you have 1 and 1. It's whatever has to be decided at that time. So we have contracts to Williams.
What will be the amount of the rental for those?
I don't know.
No,
I don't know. But they're, they're seasonal. We don't have to maintain them. So things like that. So
there won't be bathrooms then in the winter there at all.
there's none now.
Okay.
Yeah, because we lock the doors on them.
Oh,
Because the pits have been empty. So
Any other questions? Now we'll move on to an update from the Conservation District.
you have handouts. So
That's your.
Yes, I think you all have received handouts.
I'll let you do your introduction. So
Okay.
I think they know you better than I know you.
Yes. Well, I see some new faces up there, but most of the new ones are familiar too, so. Thought I would start out talking about some of the changes at the Conservation District this year, and I know you're familiar that with Steve Christensen, and he has retired. So we have brought on, back in July, we brought on a new soil erosion person, and he's working out very well. Pretty much doing soil erosion permits full time, which is new for us, and kind of brought about by us being able to you approving the new fee schedule for the permits. So he'll be working that full time. We've also had another retirement, Tom Adams. I don't know how many of you are familiar with him, but he has worked with us for 13 years. Part-time doing natural resource site visits and working with the Park Service on an apple, their apple project. So it's those two are gone. We have brought on, this is Jake Mord. He's our communication outreach specialist. He's been doing a fantastic job. You'll see some of his work with the newsletter that you have received. That was our last newsletter that went out. Done several other things that, you know, and he's going to talk about the poster contest that he with the schools. And as of last Wednesday, he started with us back in May, last May. So he's been with us 9 months now or so, and there's going to be some more changes taking place because I've decided to retire also. I'll be hanging it up at the end of April. And the board was so impressed with Jake that they last Wednesday approved him taking my place. So he's going to be shadowing me for the next 4 months. And so that's about it with the changes at the district as far as personnel goes. Thought we would kind of go through our work agreements from last year that it's been kind of recurring for as long as I've been around. I've been here for 16 years now. So, and the first work agreement, and you'll be working on the new agreements later this afternoon or later this morning sometime, but we have conservation, education, and technical assistance, where we provide exactly that, education and technical assistance to landowners of the county through doing site visits, workshops, all kinds of things like that. We also have our native plant sale, our tree sales, which are small fundraisers that we do. Some of the highlights of the year, well, I guess we're actually getting to that later. And I'll move on to the soil erosion and sediment control work agreement.
I have a hard time hearing.
Oh, okay. We did 534 permits again this year. This is about the 4th or 5th year in a row we've exceeded 500 permits. But with your approving our new fee schedule, we're able to handle that, and probably we'll be looking to put somebody else on to assist with those. It's starting out very well this year, busy even now. So, but that's working out very well. The third work agreement is the water quality monitoring that it's basically a pass through to the Leelanau Conservancy to help out with their water monitoring that they've been doing ever since they organized. So with that, some of our community engagements and National Association of Conservation Districts poster contest, and I'll let Jake fill you in on how that went. It was pretty awesome this year.
Good morning. So one of the first projects that Buzz had asked me to kind of spearhead when I was hired in was to communications outreach. I'm going to be involved with the schools. I have one graduated, but I have two others that are in the Leelanau County public school systems. So they're at Leland. So the idea of kind of going into the schools and kind of getting students excited about conservation and at least talking about environmental stewardship is kind of right up my alley. So the NACD does a poster contest nationally every year, and they've done it forever. Actually, my wife and I just found an old box of ours when we were kids, and when I was in 6th grade, so that was, I don't know, a few decades ago, I actually was a part of that contest. I was in the local paper, and I got runner up. So I had forgotten about that until I saw that picture. So it was a strange thing to say, oh my gosh, that's the poster contest that I ran this year. So the poster contest, early on at the beginning of the school year, I contacted area schools and 4-H groups just to let them know what we were going to be doing and how we'd like to work with them. I had 3 schools reach out to me and they wanted to be all in. So, and then I had one 4-H group involved. Buzz and I started to talk about, wow, we might be inundated with posters and how the heck are we going to handle all of that? So the first round of judging actually took place in schools. And then we received kind of the top 10 of each grade division from the participating schools. And then we used the community room downstairs as kind of an election day for you all to be involved in. We sent an email out encouraging that. We had a total of 87 submissions here in the building, and then we broke those down to the top 30. And then we ended up with a really great, in my opinion, kind of cross section of the county. St. Mary's had a few finalists. Sutton's Bay had some finalists. Leland also had finalists. And then there was a 4-H finalist as well. So that was exciting to see. Another exciting part of this whole contest was the top 3 submissions we sent to the state. And of those 3, they all placed in the top 3. So it was a great opportunity for Leelanau County to gain some recognition as a county and our students here. And again, teachers already contacted me about what next year's theme is going to be. So the idea of us continuing to use this as an opportunity to get into the schools and talk with students it's been a great opportunity. So we're excited to see kind of where that goes. I know from having student athletes that the schools can be competitive with one another. So I'm hoping that this begins there's a few that didn't get involved this year, and I'm thinking that they probably will next year. That was that.
Okay. We also had our annual 5th grade field day. We hold it at Veronica Valley. Had over close to 100 students there, 5th graders from the county participating, and they do a kind of a round robin, have 4 different resource stations. We talk about agriculture, wildlife, forestry, and I think invasive species was the other one. I know we've had some different ones over the years. Then we treat them to a fabulous hot dog lunch. Like I mentioned our annual plant sales with this spring, the first spring is our big tree sale. That'll take place the end of April, last Friday in April when we do the distribution. Right after that, the end of May, we have our native plant sale. And then in the fall, we have just a conifer sale where we sell conifer seedlings. This past year, the 3 sales saw over 16,245 plants that were sold through those sales. So we're keeping the county populated with trees and native plants. One of our big milestones this year was our 80th annual meeting held at the Leland Lodge. Had about 85 people in attendance at that. And we were, I meant to bring that and I left it sitting on my desk. We had a recognition from Congressman Bergman's office and an announcement that was read into the US congressional record, applauding us for our 80 years of service. So that's kind of what we did this year. Looking for another good year. Anybody have any questions or?
Questions for Buzz or Jake? None? Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate the
Yes.
update. That's
Thanks
the-
for what you do with kids.
Yeah, no, it's been a blast. So,
Yeah. I'm intending to do lots more, so.
And congratulations on your retirement.
Oh, thank you.
Put a big smile on that face.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
All right, next up, we have public comments. Request 3 minutes, anything on the agenda specific? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Tristan Chamberlain. I'm Chief Assistant Prosecutor. I'd like to address action item number 1 related to human resources. I understand that we need to approve the health plan. I also understand that there is an additional portion related to a prescription card that would make employees pay additional amounts for specific prescriptions. That was based off of last year, a reduction in what's called the stop loss pool. The stop loss pool, with the help of finance and the clerks, really helped me out in understanding what's going on. They also provided me every bill we've had from Blue Cross Blue Shield for since 2019, and the clerk's office went back to 2014. It appears that based on my numbers, which are not vetted at this time by the finance, last year, at the end of 2023, we had put in almost $1.5 million extra into the stop loss pool. There's 2 questions with that. Who controls the stop loss pool? Is it Blue Cross or is it our agent? Second, that stop loss pool, you don't just let money sit, you put it into an interest-bearing account, usually about 5%. Based on my calculations, they've made over $300,000 off of whoever controls that in the last 10 years. I have all the numbers that if you'd like to talk about them, I understand not right now. Additionally, last year was an anomaly. We only had one time we were down, that was in 2014. Last year had some significant anomalies. Yes, we were down quite a bit that ate into that pool. For the numbers I have, which I don't have all of 2024, we are still up $1 million in that pool. I think that looking at that prescription card, we don't have enough information on how it's going to affect the county, how it's going to affect individual users. Additionally, as I was looking at this, I think we should consider our relationship with our agent. The reason why is we pay over $4,000 a month to his company. It's $50,000 a year. We have an HR director who could likely do the same thing. With that, just to put that in perspective, if he works for us 50 hours a year, that's $1,000 an hour. On top of that, one of the things that was presented, I believe, is incorrect for his prescriptions. He said the highest prescription at our meeting was Kuvan at $161,000. I checked, Kuvan has no off-label usage. It also is only $1,300 a month, not $13,000 a month, and I doubt 10 people have the same rare genetic disorder. I ask that you split the decision on the matter related to the health plan. We need to vote on the health plan. Yes, we need to have the health plan. The prescription aspect can be applied at any time, as I understand. I believe that Kathy can provide further information. If you'd like any information from me, I have all the numbers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Lois.
Sure.
Lois Bailey, Village of Suttons Bay. So you are working on the materials management plan and you're cooperating with 2 other counties it would be an advantage, I would think, to be able to meet remotely, but I don't know how that's authorized. If Eagle can authorize it because they're the umbrella over this planning process, but there must be other counties that are in a collaborative relationship and have people driving from adjacent counties to meet somewhere in a meeting. And it could become more and more difficult to try to convene a meeting if you can't meet remotely. So just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes.
Kathy Dawkins, Leland Township. This is regarding the presentation we just had from the Conservation District. I just want to say thank you. I enjoy, as the public, listening to different departments talking about what they do, and that we have a report every year to bring us up to date on what they're accomplishing and maybe any issues they have. And so I know last week there was a discussion about these type of presentations, and I just want to say I'm glad that we're going to continue those. And also, I believe there was something about a 15-minute recommendation. I'm not sure what the outcome was on that because I kind of lost part of what was going on. But I think 15 minutes is a good standard, but I'm hoping that if there is if the presentation requires more information because some programs are more complex than others, that this board would allow them to go a little bit longer than the 15 minutes. And thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Yes.
Jill Wellman, Centerville Township. I want to discuss the agenda, not a specific part, but the agenda in general. I have attended most of the BOC meetings in the last few years, and I find the agenda a particularly useful tool. I consult it before each meeting to see what areas of interest each is covered, and I decide then whether I bring my lunch or not. If so, I was disappointed to see last week at the organizational meeting that there were things discussed and even voted on that were not specifically included in the agenda. I realized that the item concerning appointments to commissioners or to commissions and committees could pretty much include anything that the county does. But the inclusion of 2 items during the meeting at the request of one of the commissioners left those people in the audience unable to make comments before they were discussed and voted on, specifically the Energy Task Force and the Housing Action Committee. I would think it would be of concern to all of us on both sides of the aisle that we were not able to give our opinions before the vote was made. Whether we supported it or whether we opposed it, it doesn't really make any difference. We should have learned from past history how costly it could be when things are hurriedly acted upon without due diligence and consideration. I hope that in the future you will use the agenda as it is intended and provide all of us who follow your business with an accurate description about what will be covered at the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Next, we'll move on to commissioner comments. Comments from the commissioners? All right, move along. We'll.
I just wanted to say I appreciated the conservation district's presentation, and I had a great nephew who actually participated and did very well in that contest. So Harvey Sluter did just really well. Thank you for doing that.
Any other comments?
I might add, I was the one who talked about holding presentations, but I carved out presentations from within this building, specifically elected officials, and it was more directed at regional presentations. So with no intent from our own departments to try to muzzle them.
Any other comments? All right. Now we'll move on to action item number 1, human resources, employee health plan renewal approval. Walters.
Okay.
The board needs to approve the plan for continue on our plan for next year. One of the discussions that we had the last couple of months is that for the drug portion of our plan, through discussions, it was felt that we may need to do something for the next year to help curb that back. At the end of the day, it's up to this board, because you and this board in the end pays the bills. You know, we don't have a plan where where our employees pay into it. We pay 100% of everything except for just certain small items. So at this point, it's going to be within your all's decision how you would like to proceed. So with that, Lou, I'll just turn it over to you. So.
All right, well, I've heard this split the deal thing. I'm not sure how that works. Your choice is this. You can renew as is. 1040 drug card. However, you do need to know that as of 1/1, every drug plan in Blue Cross's book does have prior authorization and step therapy. It's designed to help address this drug thing. One of the things that we talked about, looked at, was to put in a 5-tier drug card. Pick the most popular one out there. You guys can decide whether you want to go that route. Actually, we have to wait a year to implement it. If you want to say, let's see how we do for this year. The bottom line is we have not really had an increase in cost for about 18 years here. So you're well behind the curve of what happened out there. If we're going to start sneaking into the modern era, one of the ways that gets solved is with money. So the thing that I need to know is, what do I tell the Blues about the renewal of your health plan for next year? There was a thing brought up about who owns that stop loss pool. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of Blue Cross Blue Shield. All of their self funds put money into this thing. It's designed specifically to make sure that you guys didn't get hit with that $1 million charge last year. And it worked. The bad news is they're going to want that money back, because that pool is a protection for not just you, but probably 50,000 groups in the state. So any questions about the drug card itself?
You're saying if we implement it, it's gonna be 1 year before it goes into effect anyway.
No, if we implement it, it goes in 2/1. You can change it again on 2/1
Next year.
next year.
Go
Yep.
back 2026.
Yeah. So, every year you get to look at this and make a decision. The shocking part is, and you're not the only ones. This is across the board around the state. My average renewals are over 16% for premium-based plans. Everybody's getting hit with this thing. So you guys are unique in that if the employees, which they have done for 18 years or so, have helped hold this cost down, and they're willing to step back up again, maybe we really don't need to do anything. But your plan is so far out of phase with the world out there. It may not hurt to start looking at some contemporary changes to bring you up to kind of what's going on. And these drug cards that they've come up with are designed to help you control that cost. We did one that was not very, the worst that can happen to somebody, if they take a $9,000 drug, it'll cost them $300.
One other thing I need to point out, in your packet, we had put in there, if you forgot about it, that we're not recommending the prior authorization. May not recommend it, but Blue Cross this is implemented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's not optional. anyone that's gonna have a major prescription or whatever, Blue Cross and Blue Shield will not fund it unless they give their approval. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Period.
And that went into force
Doesn't make any
1/1.
difference which drug plan we have. If we just do nothing and stay with what we got, we're still gonna go for the pretty. As I understand.
That's correct.
So ignore that comment. This is not reality.
Commissioner Wessel?
Thanks, Lou, for being here. Our assistant prosecutor raised a couple of issues.
Mhm.
And one was the discrepancy between the cost of that one prescription and whether it was 15,000 or 15, I don't know what the numbers were.
Right.
And he also challenged us to think of different ways to administer the program. Can you respond to either one of those?
Well, yeah, I did look into that expensive drug, and I'm not sure what happened with the blues. We got a request in to review it because it is cheaper than what it showed on the expense report that was sent out by the blues to me. So we're looking into that one. The other part of it is you also every year have the opportunity to change your agent if you want to. To this, I will say two things. Number one, I have now been purchased by a large firm with a whole bunch of big producers. They came up to my office and their jaws dropped because they realized that this thing is unique and works. So if you go to a different agent, I can almost guarantee you, because they've done it to my other clients, which I kept, they wanted me to go to a premium-based plan. Next year, we're going to do a premium-based plan quote for you. We couldn't get it done before 2/1 this year, but we will get that done for you, and you'll get a look at what this thing would cost if you decided to change the way you do business. Second thing is my office is actually quite involved with your employees. We get involved in their claims. We get involved with their questions. We might get one call a month. We might get 20. But part of what we do is make sure that you are not having to deal with 1-800 whatever to get any of your problems solved. And that is something that a lot of agents don't do, but we do. So long ago, I don't know if Ty was here. I know Will was here. Somebody brought up the fact that we get paid pretty good money for what we do. Well, the money we saved you more than made up for it. However, we were happy to go to no cost to you. But we want 10% of the savings. When they saw that number, they were like, oh, no, I think we're good. We like how this is working. So.
So you said that you were going to have another session with our employees. Did you do that?
We did not after the ones we had. 3? We did 3?
Your meetings in December?
Yeah, we did 3. I was available. We just did not get that done. One of the things Blue Cross has I've already talked to them. They said that focus groups really do help. They got material that we can bring to the employees so they get a better understanding what's going on out there. So yeah, we're here.
Well, you said that you wanted to talk to people and explain to them the cost of those $1,000 a month drugs. And that's what I'm wondering. Did you do that?
No.
And if so, did you talk to them about alternatives?
Well, no,
Because
it never got.
if that continues,
Right.
we're going to be in trouble, right?
Right.
So we need to be proactive about education.
Yep. I got Jen
So
some
we can
information.
change the situation instead of just sitting here going, well, it's going to cost us more money.
You have to schedule it. I can't do that.
Okay.
And I told Richard and Jen, that we are available anytime you want us to come out. So if you want that done, we're happy to do it. I think it helps. Your employees are probably the best educated insureds I have. They know the language. They know how the system works. We have some new employees that have never been through that. But when we did the meetings, we got 30% of them to show up. We really need 80. We have unions involved, so we can't force them to do it. Back when we first started this out, it was mandatory. They come to those meetings. Now we don't have that ability, but and that was one of the reasons when we talked about changing the drug card. It wasn't that to punish them, it was to make them start thinking again about, hey, wait a minute, what am I doing here?
So I'm not clear. Are these changes you're proposing starting February 1 this year or next year?
This year.
What were you talking about when you said next year?
Oh, you can change your mind every year.
Okay. Can we have a meeting and
Well,
mandate that
I
people
just know
come
that
so
I
they
was-
understand?
Know that the meeting that I attended, was our first one. We explained this. I got up and started by explaining the situation. What we're looking at through the discussion, there was the idea of a 5-tier drug card. I didn't attend the other two due to other items that had to be dealt with. I know that last week when the drug card items or the memo that you have in here or what's that we got from CNM, it went out to all the employees last Monday, so they'd be aware of what was coming. But I mean, you can continue to, we're going to have to continue the education. And through our HR department, we can work on that. We can have Lou back up here to talk about it. All we can do is offer the meetings. I can't force people to be here. It will take that from here. So, and also the meeting was recorded, so all employees had an opportunity to see it. They could have responded back, and that's fair enough. So,
You know, my own insurance, I'm now taking something that's now a tier 3. So our max out of pocket for the year for, I think it's for people over us older folks, is $2,000 a year. So basically, I'm just paying it sooner instead of all at the end of the year. But that was a shock, and I called up the insurance company, and yeah, it's a shock. But I'm not sure I'm comfortable understanding this yet.
but between now and next week, we'll try to answer any more questions you may have. But we need to adopt the plan because it has to go into effect, I think, on February 1. Or we'll just move forward with the plan we have. The only change in this plan is being recommended is the 5-tier drug card. There are no other changes in the portion that deals with the medical, the dental, or the vision. Everything remains the same. If you're not comfortable with doing that, you want to see what happens in the next year. But that's trying to do as much internal education for the use of drugs. They should always call it a make. But the stop loss, that's up. You've got it. You have a premium program that you will not find anywhere else in the state, probably. I'll be surprised.
All right, Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner Bunny.
Let me just start at the beginning, first time through this, and I don't know much about the terminology of the metabolic modifier specialty drug. Last time you were here, you had some critical things to say about certain new drugs on the market. Is it in that category? Is that
No.
what we're looking at? Okay.
No.
I
What I-
advised him that his opinion on particular drugs or not drugs are not relevant to the discussion. Because that could put us into a bind that we are being critical or telling people not to do something. So, because that's a personal choice with the doctor.
But I appreciate your letting us know your thoughts myself, but anyways, do you had there's an average projected monthly cost last year of $188,664. Is that something that varies up and down, and this year we would get a different number for that?
Yes,
If we do nothing, I'm just saying, if we do nothing, where does that go?
well, you pay the bills.
Mhm.
So what you ask me to do every year, part of my job, is to look at what Blue Cross tells us they see coming. And then I have to come up with numbers for you, so you have a budget.
Mhm.
So you have an idea where you're at. The interesting part about this year was the fact that you hit the stop loss pool so hard that what we had scheduled for medical actually went into the pool. It got dragged in behind those drugs. And what I told everybody before was we have a hole. We actually came in $200,000 under the budget that I gave you. So with what we're facing, we're kind of running ahead of the game into this year. But once we blow through that and face the following year without that budget savings or anything else, the cost could be significantly higher. And the Blues is guessing between $400,000 and $600,000 more a year.
So this 188,000, that's gonna go up for sure next year, or is it not gonna go up?
Depends on what they do. If they use it, yep. If they don't,
If we don't do anything, and is, because we're gonna have to budget that, that's gonna have to be in like weeks, I think.
Yeah.
We're gonna need that number, so.
you've already got the number for the year. I gave it to you.
An increase from that 188,000.
What did we?
I just didn't see it.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so our projected cost for last year, 2024, $2,263,000.
Mhm.
Projected, the actual cost was 1.8. Okay. The projected cost for next year is 2.6. Yeah.
So go over 200,000, 210,000, 220.
Yep.
Why the big jump?
All drugs.
But they didn't spend it last year.
They hit, well, here's one of the problems. The numbers that a lot of people, when they go look somewhere else, what they're getting, Blue Cross runs about 6 months to 18 months behind in their accounting systems. So let's use 6 months. If I gave you these numbers based on what happened, missing those 6 months, then you'd really be in a bind. So I correct all that. I go through, add it all up, do it off the bills. Kathy knows what I'm talking about. They list everything on there. And in the end, you did not hit the stop loss pool for 1.4 million that the Blues said you did. You hit it for 1.9. We usually hit it for around $900,000. So there was an increase last year of $1 million that came out of the stop loss pool, almost all directly related to drugs.
Mr. Bunny?
Yeah, I move that Leelanau County change to a 5-tier copay for prescription drugs as follows: 100 copay for generic drugs, $40 copay for preferred brand name drugs, $80 copay for non-preferred brand name drugs, 50% copay to a maximum of $150 for preferred drug, special drugs, and 25% copay to the maximum of $300 for non-preferred specialty drugs.
Support. We have a motion by Commissioner Bunning, supported by Commissioner Walter. Any further discussion? Commissioner Bunning?
Yeah, I think, with the dire predictions that we're getting, and Lou has generally been correct in what happened in Blue Cross is. I mean, they really know what they're doing. So I believe that as a precautionary thing, we put this, we put this in place and we educate the employees. Hopefully more will come for the education and we can go back next year to get rid of this. That's what I would like to, that's what I think we need to do, rather than end up next year having everybody pay $200 or a month or $400 a month. Because I think that's what this could lead to. And so I would rather have put it in place now, help educate everybody, let them become very aware of the cost of drugs. Because I think that's what people are not aware of, the cost of drugs at this time. And with the new employees, I think we need to educate them as well as ourselves. And that's what I'm hoping we can do. So that's why I'm using this prescription as has been presented to us.
One of the things you need to know is we cannot go back to a 1040 drug. It doesn't exist.
If you take this step, as you made a motion, there's no going back.
Now we can do one close to that. It'll be a 3-tier. But going back to a 2-tier 1040, no formulary, unrestricted drug card, it doesn't exist anymore.
So if we implement this, we're into the tier system forever now. Okay.
Commissioner Wessel?
Our finance director is sitting here and she's worked with Lou. Do you have a recommendation or concerns?
Well, we've had quite a few talks about this and the fact that that finer point that if you go to this tiered drug, we can't go back to what we have now. We've also in your packet talked about splitting the question and taking the tiered off for a year and looking at it for 1 or 2/1 of 26. We talked about the fact that the Blue Cross Blue Shield look back was for a year, where we have looked collectively back 2, 3, 10 years, and we see that this plan works. Administrator Lewis used the word, we have a premium plan or plan here. He's using the word premium as an adjective.
Yes.
Please note this, we do not have the typical premium health insurance that this group of people probably are subject to. This is a fee-based, we pay the bills, we hit our stop loss, we use the pool, we don't use the pool. So we've talked about the fact that we believe this has been a 1-year look back by the Blues. We've asked Lou, wouldn't it be fairer for Leelanau County if they did a deeper dive farther back? I don't know where we're at on that, but the comments made by the assistant prosecutor, I agree with. I did not vet those numbers, but he certainly had access to the files to look at the bills himself. So it is your decision. Adopt the plan with the tiered, take the tiered off for a year, educate the employees. He is correct. We have had turnover of employees. They have not had the education to know. I actually am not sure they understand that we are not a premium-based health insurance plan, that we pay these bills, that we are in control, and we have an agreement with Blue Cross for the stop loss, where we pay a fee for that stop loss. It's in the weeds, for a lot of people. They feel they've got insurance. They don't know how it comes about. They don't know they feel it's like car insurance, premium based. I'm not sure. But when you have such a turnover of employees that haven't had the experience of knowing what our plan is, I think more education is definitely valuable.
Right. You have any other discussion on the motion here?
I have a question, and if we vote no on this motion, because I don't feel informed, if we vote no on this, then we can go to the second motion, and at least get our plan in place.
We need our plan in place for 2/1.
Right.
Whichever plan you decide to go with.
It's the current plan you have now. Right. Okay. I'd like some discussion about which is better for us, from Kathy and from Richard.
I think it's up to you,
It's up to you. Mr. Money?
Yeah, well, we're at a 60-40 right now, right? And you can't go back to that?
You have a $10 generic, $40 name brand. That's it.
Okay. And if we use what I made the motion for, what's if we go to a 3-tier, then what could be the co-pays, or what would happen then?
You're probably looking at a 20, 40, 80, 30, 60, 90s, 120, somewhere in there. It would not be a percentage. I don't believe.
But I mean, who sets those parameters? Can we set it at, 1%, 2%, 3%? Or do we have to go with what?
No, you have to, Blue Cross has a list, big as this page, of the drug cards that they have certificates for.
Okay.
So Blue Cross plans have to file with the state every year what their plans are going to be available. You guys got pushed into a stack of, I think, one. And they have just allowed you, they've keep maintaining your certificate for you. Back 5 years ago, I had to fight for it, as you know, every year. They wanted you out of that thing. They gave up. They're renewing it for you every year. Once it goes away, though, they would be thrilled to have that gone.
So do you believe that we should go one more year with this and test it, and see what's going to happen with the drugs, and hopefully can educate the employees? Or is it time to change?
We, in the past, about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we had this start to happen. When Humira and those drugs came out,
I remember.
we did more meetings. The drug cost went right back to where it was before that all started to happen. So is it possible that education would solve this problem? Yes. But it's going to take some will. And what I'm hearing makes me wonder. Both my daughters run, one of them runs Coney County in Arizona, and their big struggle is bringing in these younger people. They have a whole different mindset of what they're looking for out of their job. The people that worked here for a long time wanted their health plan because they knew what it meant. So can we educate them up to it? I would love to believe that's true. I can explain things well enough, give them the language, but it's their will that is going to decide this thing for you guys. Do I have a problem with leaving it as it is? No. But if we're going to do it, we better get on it.
So could we? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go for it.
So let's say we left everything the same. Worked hard to educate people next year. If it's still high, will we have the same options next year that you're giving us now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I believe in our employees. I've met quite a few of them, and I think it's, so I would withdraw my motion and do a move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the renewal of the fiscal year 2025 Blue Cross Blue Shield contract as presented.
Without.
With a second.
I only seconded the motion so that we could have discussion, because we're not supposed to have discussion if we don't have a motion.
Okay,
So that's fine with it.
Okay, so are you seconding that motion then too as well, or?
Well, actually, that was the motion I was gonna make.
Oh, okay.
We'll make his motion.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell?
Well, I think part, or maybe y'all, and no one can predict these things, is that here we are and annually, and this thing's been a slow moving train coming at us with the lights on. So can we talk, say in 2 months, 3 months, and have a discussion? Because I think there needs to be some urgency to this rather than waiting for another year and then saying, well, this is how we did. I think if you came, gave us an update, provided that update that employees would understand, would have some buy-in into their progress.
Well, I've always made several suggestions. Number one, I would love to see you guys at the meetings. I think it would set a precedent for the employees. It would help you understand more what we're facing. Because you get this little blurb here, but there's so much more behind this. You know, this is unique. Yes.
So the
sorry.
answer was,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can
Yes.
give us a report in, say, a couple months and.
I don't think we want to wait a couple months.
How long?
I
In
think
our
we,
next meeting, you mean?
I,
How about it? I just want to know when, I don't want this thing to.
Yeah.
We can figure that out. I mean, you're gonna have to get some of this so that you have good data, what you're gonna have and not have. And also, I would strongly encourage that your next administrator be more engaged in this, because it's gonna, and Ingrid's gonna know that too. I would say by your first meeting in April, there should be a total update. And that way, you'll know where we stand. We'll have done the education sessions. We'll let you know where that stands. You all will be invited to those education sessions. And then see where you are at that point. So that's my recommendation to you at this, sitting here at 10:30.
Commissioner Algar, then I'll call the vote.
Okay. How about if you come in for a day and go from department to department with the HR director and just hold a little session right there?
We'll work it out.
Yeah, because if people don't want to go to a meeting, if we go to them, then they'll hear it.
Well, I believe some of the issue is not so much what happens in this building department by department, is the 24/7 folks. That they don't work all the same schedule. Some of them work midnights, so they're not gonna be able to. So we just gotta work out that part of it also. So we'll just have to work out a game plan, so.
Chairman Yoder, excuse me, could I
Yes.
be recognized?
Yes, absolutely.
The motion is to accept the plan. We know that because of the timing, the 5-tier is written into the plan document now because of timing. Is it? It's not. Okay, I just want to make sure we had the correct motion because I didn't want to accidentally have a motion where it was
I have it.
accepted if we had to.
I have it as presented, correct?
So the presented plan document does not have this
There's a
in.
second motion on there that you've done, which is.
Okay.
Yes, and then Michelle
We're
has
just
on here.
renewing as presented or amended, so. Presented is either you stick with what you have, or you change the drug plan. We're not changing the drug plan.
So I have it as presented, as well said.
And we can correct whatever motions we need to correct when it gets forward to next week. So.
That is true.
Yep,
Thank
I
you.
got it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. No discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Motion carried unanimously.
I got it.
All right. Thank you, Lee.
They got it all this.
All right, next up, we have item B under 1B, proposed adoption agreement.
I'll turn this over to Jen for more discussion. If you want to basically, what we're trying to do, or as the employees would like to be able to participate in a Roth 457 plan. And so what we need to do is adopt the agreement for eligible governmental 457 plans, which is all in this packet here. And that way we can move it forward. So there's nothing else there. It's a housekeeping matter, you know, so that's basically it. There's already a 457 plan in place, but this is a wrong 457.
Yes, this company needs a resolution, an adopting resolution to do that with Roth. We have instituted within MERS and other 457 plans, but those do not require a board resolution. This company does.
All right, Mr. Algar.
I recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve resolution number 2025 XXX, you'll supply those, adopting resolution, the adoption agreement for eligible government 457 plan, qualified domestic relations order, QDRO procedure, service fee agreement and employer-sponsored plan / GPA information forum, and authorized plan sponsor county clerk
Michelle Parker to sign.
Or
Support, motion by Commissioner Algar, support by Commissioner Walter. Any discussion? Not, I believe that's a roll call.
Commissioner Elguyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter,
yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes,
passes 7-0.
all right, thank you. Item number 2, we have the sheriff's office. We have Sheriff Borkovich here and the Under Sheriff Kiesel.
Morning, everyone.
Right.
Sheriff Borkovich. 3 easy items. The first one is donation acceptance of a $12,000 donation. An individual has property in this county, gave us $12,000 last year. Likes what we do and appreciative and said, I want to help you guys out. So we went out, and bought first aid medical kits. I believe you have it in your packet. They're about $600 a kit. We equipped everybody, including a stomp kit for the jail. So we're in real good shape with that. So that is the first item, to accept a $12,000 donation for this year. That person voluntarily came to us, that I want to do that again. So pretty fortunate on our end.
Commissioner Bunnick.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners accept the anonymous donation to the sheriff's office in the amount of $12,000 with the funds to be placed in the sheriff's donation account number ending in 674-000.
Thanks for support.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Bunnick, supported by Commissioner Algar. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is our continuing K9 golf outing, which is held every spring. Under Sheriff Kiesel has been in charge of that, does a great job with that. We generate between $10,000 and $15,000 a year for our K9 program. It's essential that we have this account. If that dog tomorrow is on a call, runs through a barbed wire fence and rips itself open, we've got a $10,000, surgical bill or something. We don't have to come to you. We have accounts and funds for food, equipment, and so forth. So that again is something we're asking for permission to run the K9 golf outing again.
Commissioner Wessel.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve and allow the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office to hold a charity golf outing in 2025 to benefit and maintain the canine program.
Second.
Support by Commissioner Robbins. Any further discussion?
I might ask, why does that have to come to us? I guess just as a courtesy more than anything.
No, it's part of the
It's in the
process.
grant and the budget rules.
We have to do, it's just a rule.
Okay. It's
Your rules.
our
We're
rule.
following your rules that aren't, well, at least for 24, 25, I'm assuming they're gonna stay the same, so,
Okay.
It did.
yeah, so,
Thank you.
no problem.
All right, any further discussion? Not, Commissioner Bunnick?
Yeah, it's just a matter of so that the board knows what money's coming in and going out. And that people don't set up separate accounts and we don't have any idea what's going on. So to
It's
keep
not
us
the golf
informed.
outing, it's the fundraising.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, any further discussion?
But again, one other small point. But once you have it, it's public money. So that way you're aware of it and everybody else is.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, third item, final item is a marine safety grant. This is the 2025 grant process. It brings about $45,000 a year from the DNR to the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office for marine safety enforcement, equipment, training, wages, and so forth. Last year, it brought about 45,000 in. It can vary year to year. It's based on registration sales for boat registrations. DNR keeps some and they share it with sheriff's offices around the state because we're the primary enforcer. As you can see, when you look at tickets in the paper, contacts or rescue, we're kind of it. So it's a good program and we need permission to apply for the grant.
All right. Got a motion?
So moved. I recommend that the county board of commissioners allow the sheriff's office to apply for the 2025 marine safety grant to Michigan Department of Natural Resources, to cover percentage of the cost of the county sheriff's office.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Walter, second by Commissioner Robbins. Any further discussion?
Can I be recognized? I neglected probably part of that motion that for the submission, it will probably require the board chair's signature. I neglected to add that to the end. Although it may be, they're digital, but they have to approve.
Well, once you have the complete submission completed, it'll be on the February agenda for authorization for submission.
Okay.
According to our grant policy. So once you got it all done.
That's right, that's
Okay,
changed
so
too.
You're
Yeah.
fine. You're
Yeah.
fine. So you don't have to add it right now.
All right, Commissioner Bunting?
Do you know what percentage this covers for the marine cost, marine patrol cost?
It would be roughly, it's 50%, give or take 5% on either side, somewhere between 45 and 55, if I had to give you a guess right now.
Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0.
Yeah, next week on your regular meeting, you will have an add-on from the sheriff's department as it relates to a canine. Dog, a canine that we have that we will have to regretfully sell. I think I forwarded you the email yesterday, but I'm just also saying so the public knows that we're gonna have it on there as an add-on. You'll see it says add-on on your agenda, so just give me a heads up.
So no other police department wanted that done?
Actually, we have a master boarder / trainer here in the county who has done a lot of work and gratis work for us. And she and her business will take it. They do security checks, work with governmental agencies. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in private sector and security as well as airports and things like that. So the dog will still be in the same field, but that we're losing our canine officer. We have the dog. And no one else is able to take that dog on at this time. So it's an unbelievable dog. Can't believe we have to sell it, but she's being very reasonable and has given us a tremendous amount of gratis work in the past. And she'll be a great owner for that dog. Fantastic.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate it. You as well.
All right, next up, we are under item number 3, emergency management.
Good morning. Informational item for the board. Regretfully, Agri Valley has made us aware that they're going to terminate the lease agreements they have with the county. Agri Valley was one of the first ISPs that took advantage of the grace period that the board established to expand broadband to citizens in Leelanau County. Unfortunately, Agri Valley was not able to establish the customer base needed for them to continue their operations. So they have made the unfortunate decision to terminate their leases. We did receive their certified letters in the mail on Friday. Those are now in the clerk's office. What was included in the board packet was the email version of those letters. So, yeah, that's where we sit, just so the board is aware that Agri Valley is going to be pulling their equipment off of our towers.
Action you have to take, so.
Yeah.
But I would ask that Matt tell us and the public why probably Agri Valley was not as popular with the customer base. It was a different technology. It was competing with fiber.
Yeah. So with the fiber build out that Point Broadband and other providers have been exploring in Leelanau County, Agri Valley was able to do a fixed wireless. They do operate in licensed spectrum, so there's less of a chance of interference with their signal from exterior forces. But it's still, kind of viewed as a little more inconvenient than fiber. If you ask some of the customers that Agri Valley had, they were very pleased with their service and a little disappointed that they have to look elsewhere. But unfortunately, they were not able to make it go in Leelanau County.
And people in my district, it was really too far away.
Yeah.
For most of them. They tried eagerly.
Yeah.
It was just too far.
It's true. You know, the license spectrum, it's only gonna travel so far. But from Maple City to the Empire Glen Arbor area, it was lose a lot of their signal, yeah.
Well, what will be the loss in revenue?
I do believe we're looking a little over $30,000 a year that we'll lose from the 3 towers.
There's no prospect of replacing it by anyone else.
I mean, we recently put T-Mobile on 2 of our towers, so we're gaining revenue there. T-Mobile is going to be expanding their build out in Leelanau County over the next couple of years, so there's a possibility they could go on additional towers. But yeah, T-Mobile's offsetting a little bit of it.
All right, any other questions for Matt?
Anyone eager to do the stretch of 22 south of 204?
Yeah, we would really love to do that. There's a couple areas, and that's one of them that we just have really bad dead spots.
It's not dead, it's.
It's non-existent. You're correct. And probably the best way to address those would be a tower on the islands. And it would take a lot more than my career to get one on the island. So it's an uphill battle.
All right, any other questions? Not, thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we are item number 4, Conservation District 2025 work agreements. We have Buzz back.
Yes. We have presented the work agreements that we have for the past several years. Conservation education, technical assistance, soil erosion, sediment control, and water quality monitoring. So.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the 2025 Conservation District Work Order Number 1, conservation education and technical assistance in the amount of $47,000, funds to come from account 101-000-000-801.
Support by Commissioner Robbins.
Walter.
Commissioner Walter, okay. Any further discussion on that? Mr. Russell?
Question for our finance director, is this the amount in our budget?
I have to check that out, but that account number's not right.
No, I will change the account number to 101-630-280-801-000. And yes, the 47 and the 5 equal 52, which is budgeted. I checked last night. Thank you. You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. You updated on all of those, so we can just go on.
Yeah.
All right, you got another, anybody else want to make another motion? Russell?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the fiscal year 2025 Conservation District Work Order Number 2, soil erosion and sediment control, funds to come from the collection of county approved erosion permit fees.
Support.
All right, supported by Commissioner Robbins. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0. And got one more motion here. Russell?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the fiscal year 2025 Conservation District Work Order Number 3, water quality monitoring, and amount not to exceed $5,000. Funds to come from account ending in 801.000. That's a corrected account number.
Yes, I will correct it.
All right, go back to Mr. Robbins. Any further discussion? Mr. Money?
Yeah, for years, this has just been a pass through, and I don't quite understand why the county's paying for the water quality test that the district, what is it?
The conservancy.
I get the two mixed up, but anyway,
Yeah.
why we're paying for them to do what they always do. So I'm opposed to this. I think they have the funds, they can do their own water testing and, they give the results to Leelanau County anyway. I mean, I'm not so sure why we're paying for the conservancy's testing.
All right, any further discussion?
I think they do that as a service, don't they?
Well,
Not a
it,
service for contract.
yeah, it does provide a service to the county. It's something that, as far as I know, well, I'm not sure when it started, but they've been doing it for years. They, like I say, the Conservancy has done this water quality testing since their inception. And it's just providing information about the quality of the water, the lakes and streams in the county. And I think it's a real service to the county. And that's, I believe that it's something that can't be done directly from the county. So it was set up to do it through the Conservation District. That's my understanding.
Discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Pass 6-1. Yep, we're done with the conservation district. Thanks.
Yes.
We'll take a quick 5-minute break, all right?
well as up here. I have moved the mics up closer. So folks who are speaking from the table, try to have your voices up and try to speak as much into the mics as you can. Second, for us up here, we got to do the same thing. So folks are back here in the back can't hear you as well, so and I'll try not to yell.
All right, next up on our agenda, we have a Parks and Recreation adoption of resolution for a 5-year master plan.
Okay. For the last several months, the county has been going through the process of updating its 5-year master plan. And it's pretty much been completed. The county board, at their meeting in December, adopted the master plan. The last step now is the adoption of this particular resolution. Then we will send all the information to the DNR, I believe it's to the DNR, who will then take it and put it into their system. It then allows us as a county that if we so desire to apply for DNR matching grants if that is the desire of the county. Unless we have this in there to them, we cannot. So this just leaves the county's options open. I will tell you that if you do move forward and you do adopt it on at your meeting next Tuesday night, if you vote 7-0, there'll be an consent count of it under an add-on. We will be bringing to you a request that we start to prepare a grant to the DNR for a project that's up in Veronica Valley. And we also would like to use consulting services of MCSA to help us prepare that first grant. This is one of those projects that we have not done before, or the county hasn't, so it wouldn't hurt to have some guidance or guidelines of a grant submittal so we know what to do in the future. So, but those will be add-ons. The reason it's not on this agenda, I can't apply for something if you haven't submitted the plan. So once you vote yes, then the plan is going to be submitted. Then you can allow us to do the next two steps. So that's where we are.
Commissioner Algar.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve and adopt resolution 2025 adopting the 2025-2029 Leelanau County Community Parks and Recreation Plan.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Algar, supported by Commissioner Robbins. Any discussion?
Just a quick question, could we have done this last month, or why, do they require 2 steps?
I think it requires 2 steps, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's a good question. I don't have a good answer.
That's fine.
Any further discussion? Not, roll call.
Commissioner Elder,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. Next up for item number 6, IT Barracuda renewal. Here, yes.
I am here. Good morning. I am requesting approval to renew our software agreement with Barracuda Essentials, which is our email spam filtering software. It's also a 2-year archiving for the email. Any questions?
Mr. Russell?
I recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the renewal of the annual maintenance contract for the Barracuda Essential Software in the amount of $10,440 from Raymond, with funds to come from Data Processing Fund number 636.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Russell, supported by Commissioner Robbins. Any discussion? Campbell.
There was a 3-year option with this too?
Yes, there was. That was the first time they've actually offered that. And since I did not budget for that at all, I didn't request it, although I may next year, unless you want to go ahead with it now.
Well, my question is because it looked like a fairly large increase from last year to this year, maybe 30% increase.
It's been going up steadily.
Yeah, if we're not better off locking it in for 3 years, I think each year, if it's the same price, just multiplied by 3.
Yeah, on that one it is.
So Does anyone else have any opinion? It's not budgeted, so tell me how that works.
But you only have to budget for 1 year at a time, but if you will lock it in, then I think it gets divided by 3 and next year is locked in at the $10,440. Just locks it in.
It does. I just didn't budget to pay that much now, so.
Oh, you didn't budget.
It's up front, you gotta pay it or?
Yes, pay it up front.
Oh, you gotta pay for it all 100%, so.
We can amend the budget.
What?
We'll amend the budget if
If
it's.
that's what you want to do, we could amend the budget to make that happen.
Then I would, if we want to do that, I would definitely go 3
Amend my
years.
motion.
All right,
Great, I would move, modify my motion to include the 3-year contract.
all right, is the support, do you support that motion?
Second.
All right. Motion's been amended and supported. Any further discussion? Mr. Money?
Yeah, just maybe for future, if you put 2 different motions, in the request. One for 3 years and one for that, and maybe recommend one or say this one doesn't meet the budget.
Okay.
I mean, I'm glad we saw that. I think that's good.
All right, further discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we are item number 7, building safety, construction board of appeals vacancy, consideration of 2 applications and appointment.
I think the memos in there are pretty clear. They had Mr. Stebbins is no longer a resident of Leelanau County and he can't serve on the construction board of appeals. So they'd like to go ahead and fill that. You have 2 applications that we have on hand. Both of them are feel like they meet the qualifications to be appointed. The department would like to have your consideration of appointing one of the 2. To fill the vacancy.
Mr. Bunny?
Yeah, I think the motion that we appoint Scott Earl to the Leelanau County Construction Board of Appeals.
I'll second that.
All right, supported by Commissioner Campbell. Any discussion? All right, not all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, item number B, building safety.
Basically, with the approval of the Teamsters contract, we need to make a couple of changes as it relates to the static level charts that are in for the building safety. I think that's in front of you. We also put in an additional part-time inspector. Mainly this position would be in the mechanical, I think it was the mechanical, and I can't remember the other one. Primarily for the summer months when they are at the heaviest load, that's when it is carried. So it's up to us whether we want to do that, to undertake that. As you know, building safety is not funded through county property taxes. They are fee generated. They're a fund unto themselves. In other words, they don't get intermingled. It stays in the surplus. So this is one of those housekeeping matters that we would like to go ahead and handle at this point. I think these were the only personnel changes that we had, if I remember correctly, in the teacher's contract. So, and any other changes or modifications from that teacher's agreement will be dealt with at a later date. So, just like to get this one done.
All right, we have any discussion on the motion? Russell?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept the amended staffing level for building safety.
All right, so you have support. Commissioner Elgar, any discussion?
Question for our finance director. This, I saw you shaking your head. This is within the budget and.
Well, you'll be amending.
There.
You'll be amending the building safety budget. It'll be presented next week. I did give you an impact sheet with your handout so that you'll know. This does bring the overtime line item for building safety back in line with 2018, 19, 20. We've been slowly eking that up because of the demand of hours on those inspectors. So this will get that back in line and it'll cover the 3% increase to the non-union building official, your Teamster members in that office, and the additional hours of that part-time inspector. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so you're, so you're saying that this is not in our budget?
This was not budgeted,
But don't we
going,
usually do, additions to personnel through the budget?
it's usually through the budget process. However, in 2024, the chair and the board pushed it into Teamster negotiations.
So it.
The reclassification and the addition of that inspector came as a result of the ratified union contract.
So it wasn't talked with the building officials, it was done in
It was-
negotiations for the contract?
They were requests that were brought to our attention during the negotiations.
All right, so is this office manager, I mean, maybe you don't know, is that going to be an inspector as well or not?
It's a
certified inspector?
reclassification. It takes a secretarial position off the floor and it puts an office manager in place.
So both of these are new positions?
One's a reclassification and one is a new position.
Which is the new position, the full-time or the part-time?
The reclassification is a full-time to full-time, also 70 hours over 2 weeks to 80 hours because that was negotiated in the union contract. The inspector, the proposed approval was for a 60% employee, which would be 3 days a week, 3/8, 24, 48 over two pay periods or two weeks.
Do we have a,
That would be the new.
That's the new one.
do we have a choice?
You don't, you're in a ratified contract.
So this new position was approved by the previous board?
Yes.
Through a contract?
Yes.
And this, and all of these increases were part of the previous board's negotiations?
Yes.
Ratification, yes.
And this is the bottom line for that is contained here, 129,128 just for the building department.
Correct.
Well, I guess part of my questioning is that if you're already negotiating 5 extra hours within that department, the need for another, I guess I understand, but it's just, I talk a lot, so I just find that as kind of difficult to understand.
I can help you with that a bit as I process time sheets for the inspectors. They routinely do push 40 hours a week anyway. So they've got in the old contract, 35 base hours plus pushing that 5 regular overtime, which is straight. It's not time and a half. So they have been doing that routinely for a couple of years now. So they are pushing a 40-hour week anyway.
The second part of it, at least from one of them, they're out there, they're usually last year that they were probably about 3 weeks behind in inspections or for the plumbing and mechanical, I think it was. They were about 3 weeks behind in getting to those. And by adding the part-time, if we want to use it, all we're doing is opening a door that if we need them, we can hire someone to bring them in and use them. If we don't need them, we don't. So it all depends on the ebbs and flow of our, those out there, because we like to get our contractors, they're sitting there waiting for us. We don't want the contractors to be waiting, so. Any longer than need be.
And if we decide we need to do that, the chances are that, I think the building safety department said their fees would cover the additional cost.
They are self-sufficient with their fees. It's contained within, as Administrator Lewis mentioned, it is an enterprise fund. And then there is a portion of building safety that does get credited to the general fund for the use of many of the services in the building, like the transactional with the treasurer's office, the transactional with the accounting finance department. So there's money from building safety that comes to the general fund to pay for the use of the services of the building.
Any other discussion? Not all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried 7-0. Next up, we have senior services.
Good morning. My name's Lena. I'm Director of Senior Services. I am here requesting approval of the subcontract agreement for Medicare improvements. It's part of our MAP program and our MAP counselor's work that he does here in the building and through our agency. So we provide education and identify beneficiaries who may be eligible for Medicare programs. And we schedule them with Bruce Barnes, our MAP counselor, who helps them enroll into programs.
Mr. Oliver,
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with Area Agency on Aging and Northwest Michigan to provide MIPPA beneficiary outreach and assistance services for seniors. The contract agreement will begin September 1, 2024, and continue through August 31, 2025, pending legal counsel review and approval.
Second. Support by Commissioner Robbins. Any discussion? Just money.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, the budget amount is 1,500, and you're actually asking for, I mean, is it 15,000 or 1,500? 1,500, and then 1,700 those which you're asking for.
It's not that we're asking, it's the reimbursement rate that Area Agency laid out in the contract. So they will reimburse us for $700 for outreach activities, which is a little bit increase from the previous contract. And then $100 per completed unduplicated drug plan, advantage plan enrollment into the Medicare programs.
So we're gonna pay them.
It's
and then they're gonna
No,
reimburse
it's
us?
revenue.
So it's only coming back to us?
Yes.
Okay.
So
for-
it's-
For work that you did then.
That our MAP counselor, Bruce
So
Barnes,
that is
does.
reversed, I
Mhm.
guess.
It's a revenue.
Yeah. Okay, so this is all about revenue coming in.
Yes.
And this is only for residents of Leelanau County?
Correct.
Because it doesn't say that anywhere in the contract. But if it wasn't from Leelanau County, then you.
It's a regional program.
Right.
So I don't know. This is Heidi Gustine. She is the executive director through Area Agency on Aging.
Hi, this is one program. It's one funding stream for the Michigan Medicare Assistance Program. We do contracts on a county basis to move federal and state funding, many programs, this being one, into the counties for the counties to be recipients.
All right, Commissioner Campbell.
Just a quick question, and I know you guys do a great job, so I'm not questioning that, but I just wondered if you have considered having visitations elsewhere, or offering this, like in particular, maybe you guys have had this discussion, I'm kind of new here, so especially I think of Glen Arbor and that area, which it's a trek.
May I address that question in my presentation, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any other discussion? Not, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. There's 7-0. All right, next up, we have the Medicare Assistance Program.
Thank you. Yes. So as Lena introduced, I am Heidi Gustine. I'm the Area Agency on Aging Executive Director. I also have with me today Jack Messer. He was previously your appointee to our Board of Directors. And I just want to say that you have a fabulous leader in Lena, and thank you for Jack Messer's appointment in the previous year. I'm coming before you as an FYI of some things that are occurring. I'd like to lay out some concepts, tie it back to conversation you've already had had this morning, and then talk about some next steps so that you are fully aware of what is happening and transpiring in the region. First of all, just as a reminder, based on the 2023 American Community Survey, you have about 22,607 residents in this county, and 42% of those are over the age of 60. And so that population is about 2 to 3% per year getting older and moving into that age cohort. So it is it's your largest voting demographic. It is an economic driver. It is a core constituency of this county. When we think about what individuals need moving into that age demographic, we often have a misconception that Medicare covers everything. And so I'm going to tie back to your drug conversation this morning. There are lots of options in Medicare. You can have, and I'm not an expert, and if I say something wrong, I apologize. You can have traditional Medicare, or you can have a Medicare Advantage plan. There are about 10 different plans in this region. They, just as your Blue Cross plan was submitted to the state of Michigan for approval, the state receives applications from managed care companies that they certify every year for our region. The benefits change, the drug plans change, what's covered changes. And if it becomes, just as it was difficult for you to navigate that discussion this morning, older adults, when they become Medicare eligible, have to navigate that discussion, hopefully on an annual basis, because things change so fast in these plans as the plans are trying to manage their costs. As utilization goes up, as drug costs go up, all of that. So if you were to have a stroke, or your wife is to have dementia, or your parent, you have to navigate what are all the resources that would be available to you. Fortunately, you have an incredible department here in the county with Lena. She and her team do amazing services. People call and they say, here's my situation, and she helps to navigate. The role of the Area Agency on Aging, we are a quasi-governmental organization. We have a board of directors that is 10 county commissioners or appointees and 3 at-large members. Leelanau County is one of 3 counties that does not appoint a commissioner, and that is at your discretion. We are a pass-through agency. So federal and state funding, like this that you just voted on, comes to my agency first and then goes out to the counties. And so that's really one of the reasons to have commissioners on the board is to look at how that infrastructure is getting coordinated and distributed across the region. So I wanted to lay that context because we weave together a network of programs and services and funding streams and resources working between my agency, the feds, the state, and the counties for this region. With that background, I'd like to talk about some things that are going on at the state level. It's really hard to figure out what you need when you need something, knowing that Medicare, if you had that stroke, they're going to cover your hospitalization. They might cover a short-term rehab stay. They may or may not cover the drugs you need, depending on your plan. Once you get out of that band, it's on you and your family to figure out what you need to stay healthy, to recover, and to live at home. And so that's where the Aging Network comes into play. And it's one of the reasons that this program, MAP, is so important. Because that infrastructure to navigate is so complicated, the state of Michigan has made many attempts over the years. This is probably the second or third in my tenure, and I've been around for 10 years, to centralize, to create one navigation point for the state. So they have put out what was called a grant funding opportunity to create an infrastructure through 211. So if you have an aging question or you have a MAP question about your Medicare plan, what Medicare plan should I enroll in? What's the drug coverage? What services can I get onto that plan? They now want to route that through 211. It'll be a 1-800 number instead of coming to my agency or to Lena. We were informed that as of February 29th, the area agency on, no area, right now, area agencies on aging coordinate that as a quasi-governmental entity across the state. The state of Michigan has removed that. And instead, they put out for bid the resources to help you navigate, or the entity that will help you navigate, residents, your aging options, your Medicare options, how you get subsidies to afford your premiums, how to look at your drug plans, all of that. Right now, prior to this February decision, in Northwest region, 10 counties, we served through this volunteer of agencies and networks, or network of agencies and volunteers, there were 4,598 people served. And on that, by looking at the Medicare Advantage plans and the drug coverages and the options for premium subsidies, we saved residents $2 million that they were able to then buy food and shelter and other needs. Bruce and our agency together, so Bruce in 2024, he served 312 people as a volunteer. And this is so complicated. You have to love doing this stuff if you want to learn all the rules. This plan covers this, and this plan covers this. And he saved residents of Leelanau County himself $380,000 that they got to keep and spend in other ways rather than healthcare premium costs. So this has a really big impact, and it is now going to be centralized. There was a public funding opportunity. The Area Agency on Aging met with all 10 counties, as well as Disability Network Northern Michigan. And we recognized that the application requirements were too complicated for us to apply and to meet the criteria, the infrastructure necessary. This means that there will be a new entity coming in to do this work. It is disturbing. I fully recognize the positive intent of the state of Michigan to create a system that is easier to navigate. It also means, depending on how conversations go, that a duplicative system and a competing system will be established to help your residents navigate their aging needs. So I want to bring that to your attention to let you know that as of February 28th, Leelanau County Senior Services will no longer be providing MAP services. As a region, we have put in a request to the state of Michigan to say, hey, this is the reason that there was not a local application to the grant funding opportunity because of the requirements of the infrastructure. How can we best proceed together so that existing infrastructure is used rather than creating new infrastructure? This just happened on Sunday. We have had no response from the state of Michigan, but it is I'm here to make you aware that this is going on. This is happening in other social care services. It is happening in mental health. It is happening in food. It is happening in kind of social determinants of health spaces as the state looks to better serve residents. And it is all done with the intent of better serving the state of Michigan and its people. We can bring an update back as we learn more. These are the types of situations that my board deals with. So as you contemplate other agenda items today, I would also ask you to contemplate the voice of Leelanau County on the Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan Board. To date, you have only had, you've made citizen appointments. We have requested that a commissioner be appointed so that there is a better relationship, not a better relationship, but a closer relationship and a voting relationship between the county, the agency, and these things that are going to fundamentally change our communities. Did I miss anything?
You hit it all.
Thank you.
So you know, we did put that recommendation as part of that. So that's part of the discernment that these members are providing to the board chair. But we did recommend that a county commissioner be appointed, and so hopefully one of these folks will be willing to step up and do the plate. So
thank you, Administrator Lewis.
And then hopefully that decision will be finalized next Monday night. I mean, next Tuesday night. Next Monday night, hopefully a decision about who's the best college football team.
Questions from anybody? Mr. Bunny?
Yeah, Lena, do you go, are you on that board or do you serve there at all?
I've been to one meeting early on, but no, I get minute updates.
And we meet monthly as a
Right, so
region.
COA.
So there's a monthly meeting where all the heads of, senior services or whatever they're called.
Correct.
So you're kept aware of what's going on.
Yep, and I couldn't bring it forward because we didn't have a plan. The plan was area agency was going to respond to the GFO. And we learned December 17th that they were not responding to the GFO and it was due the December 19th. The grant funding opportunity for this program.
What kind of infrastructure can't we meet?
So it was an extremely complicated application. It was structured so that there was applications that were multi-agency, multi-county. That you were doing both what's called options counseling, which is this navigation of resources, as well as the map services. There was implied IT requirements. There were firewalls that would have required a complete restructuring of my organization and adding of unfunded positions. Additionally, the way it's structured and the way that the state is trying to change funding sources, it had money through September 30th, and then the future funding wasn't necessarily secure because they're going to move to Medicaid claims administration. So we would have had to have done all of that work, that restructure within 3 months, and then not know what we were doing and not have IT services and have to build contractual relationships and pass-throughs with 11 agencies, all within a 4-week time period to complete the application.
Any other questions? Again, Bill?
It's hard for me to catch the breadth of these changes. Is it basically a dismantling of the area agency as far as its functions?
In the context that we have not put in for the application and we have not had further deliberations with the state of Michigan, it is a partial dismantling, yes. It is also a significant dismantling of a system that's been in place for decades across the counties. So we have, through the MAP program, we either have paid employees or we have volunteers in every commission and council on aging within the 10 counties, within the foster cancer center, within some of the health clinics. It is a network where we take responsibility as an agency of coordinating and educating and doing the administrative reporting. All of that infrastructure that has been built on relationships over the 10 years or over decades is going to potentially go away. And it's a significant loss because it's one-on-one relationships. So seniors know to call Bruce. Seniors know to call Kathy in my office. They know to call Shannon in Misaki. We already have a record of all their history. We know what their concerns are. We know where they can't afford food. And so we help to offset their plan to do this and this and this. It's a long formula. Yeah, we're looking at losing it all.
Well, my feeling that I'm getting from talking to you is that the importance of your organization is such that it's not going to be replaced. And so your organization may not go away, but it may come back in a different form to meet the requirements of this new legislation. Is it legislation or is this an administrative change?
This is purely administrative.
So no one voted on it.
No one voted on it. No, but I want to say this isn't the only situation where this is happening. We've been watching this occurring. I'm not the only kind of regional entity that this reorganization is happening to. It is a movement by the state to, with good intent, make it easier for residents to access program services and funding. And I want to start there. there is good intent.
Could you forward to our administrator some background information so we could learn more about this?
I would be honored as we met as a region last week, and that was to do that our board, all of the boards of commissioners and the COA advisory councils would have a piece of paper.
Questions? Not? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have to have a vote on this?
No, it was just.
No, this was
discussion.
just an update.
It's not that.
Yeah. Next up, we're under item number 9, planning. We have materials management plan, committee amended member list. Gail here.
Yes, hello, my name's Gail, I'm the planning director. What I have is a revised member list from Materials Management Planning Committee. I did include some information in your packet to try and bring you up to date on where we're at with this. This committee and its members were approved last October, and we since then have been forced to replace some members. So the committee is recommending these 3 individuals, Jason Barnard, Bill Perkins, and Chris Wood. This would take care of the 11 required members. We do have the opportunity to add 2 more county board commissioners. If you look at the member list, there's only 1 Grand Traverse County that's currently on this committee. The committee met last Friday and recommended that Leelanau County and Benzie County appoint a county commissioner to this committee also.
Yeah. So if there's a
Just
member
to-
of this body that would like to serve on this particular committee, I know this concern that you raised, Mr. Wessel, I think a month ago or so. So if you have that, I would ask that you forward your interest to the county chair, and we can make that official next week.
I have a question on the 3 new members you're proposing. Were they vetted by you, the Solid Waste Council, the Materials Management Group? Who vetted them, and was this the total list, or is this?
This is the total list. This is what we've got here. I mean, it's hard to,
Critical.
it's hard to come up with.
When we make committee appointments, we take applications, we see resumes, we make sure that they have the expertise. I think we ought to, before we approve this list, make sure that these 3 people are the people that have the background to do the job that's a big opportunity.
I believe the DPA, Lydia Gulo, has sort of a resume, and she did kind of vet them and collect the proper information that the committee was happy with before they made these recommendations.
I know Bill Perkins has been involved with recycling and this whole area for years and years and years.
He was on the Solid Waste Council. Fast.
Yeah, so I would feel really comfortable with him. Bay Area demolition, that speaks for itself, and I assume that Benzonia knows something about Jason Barnard.
I believe he's a township supervisor.
See?
I think he's a newly elected, maybe.
Is he representing Leelanau County?
No.
I mean, we need to make sure our voices are.
Why are we pointing someone from?
That's my question. I only see Bill Perkins. I don't know where all these other folks are from. But I only see one that I recognize from Leelanau County, and it's an 11-member board. Very solid representation. If this is the direction we're going.
If I remember correctly, when this board was originally created, they could not find someone from up here, from a city or a village in, in Leelanau County.
No.
And I think that's when we were allowed to have, or was it up, I think it was not the elected official of a township or a county. We couldn't find someone, and I hate when that happens. You get a single name in your head, and just the name goes out. Former commissioner, anyway, she served until such time as now she's Commissioner Ross. There you go. Commissioner Ross served in that position. So now there is a township representative. And we also have a representative from a city or a village. So that's going to be, These folks are outlined in state law, if I remember correctly, most of this. So
These
this is
11
state
are,
law.
yes.
You know, when you were gonna have to do this one way or the other, if you did it by yourself or whatever, as I understand. So we have that. The question is that someone from a county board, you only had one person, an elected official. Now we're gonna expand that to all 3 counties. So you will have a voice. This county and the next county, you have a voice from this county, it's a voice from Suttons Bay. But everybody else, as you look on here, has a distinct something, you know, like on number 1, you have to have somebody from a disposal facility operator. Only one. That's waste management. So these are all outlined in state law. So.
But one of the 0.6 says a representative of an environmental interest group. And why don't we have somebody from one of our environmental interest groups that is so active in the county? I don't think we're ready to make a decision today, and I would recommend that we put this off until February and make sure that we know that we have the best representation.
Mr. Walter and then Mr. Bunny.
Okay. I'm gonna move that we recommend the county boards and commissioners appoint revised materials management planning committee for part 115, more specifically in CL 324.115.72. So now we get into discussion.
Can I have support for that first?
Support.
Okay.
Support by Commissioner Algar. All right.
Now, this is a multi-county committee. So that's why everybody's got to approve. So we're gonna have people from outside the county that we're gonna work with and we're gonna approve the appointment. So that settles the residency. I take it everybody's been vetted, you said.
Correct.
And then, you know, you still got the volunteer pool that is very, very low on these type of things. Any county board. If we put a commission on it, then we'll have another added thing. So, I just say, go ahead and go forward.
Mr. Algar?
Um,
Oh, never mind. I had Commissioner Bunny first after Mr. Walter, then I'll have you.
Yeah, so I guess, first of all, why aren't we doing an MM, a materials management plan just for Leelanau County? Why are we combined with Benzie and Grand Traverse? I mean, I know Grand Traverse has curbside recycling, and if we get this management plan, is that gonna, lead Leelanau County to have curbside, which would be extremely expensive?
It was approved by the county board to enter into this interlocal agreement with Grand Traverse County and Benzie County, since we share a lot of these same haulers and.
I'm gonna have to go backwards because all this happened in the spring is that this Band-Aid had been submitted down. And but the way it was at that point, Grand Traverse County was always going to be the lead. So whatever happens there is going to be much of everything. And it came back to us and through our solid waste council that it was in the best interest of Leelanau County, instead of trying to move forward on a plan on our own, which we still would have had to point every one of these types of categories.
Right.
And because it was also noted that by having a combination, if I remember correctly, the 3 counties together, more resources would be provided by the state to cover these activities that need to be covered. So that's how it moved forward to say, let's do it this way. And if we need to, so that's why it was moved this way. The county came to us. Chris Forsythe came in and discussed this with us, as with the county board as well as the Solid Waste Council. And it was a combined decision at that point. For the long term, it was better to be in a combination with Benzie and Grant, because everything that was going to happen, they're going to be the same providers were going to be doing all the work. And so we just moved it in that particular direction. I would have to bring them back in here to discuss that with you again. So
We meet most of this criteria with our solid waste council that we have here. And so this is a kind of a duplicate to me, because when I look at these criterias, they're very much the ones that are for our solid waste council. So it seems like we're repeating and creating an entity that's already here. Go ahead.
Well, I did bring some information on the benefits of the multi-county, if you would like. This was presented last year. Can I hand these out?
Yeah, go ahead.
And maybe we can't back out of it at this point, but it just seems like we're repeating our solid waste council with this. It's just another name for recycling. Materials management plan.
This has been going on for months and months.
And there is a deadline. I know there's 180 days, 3 months and all that stuff that, but it's just unfortunate. I think we're duplicating again.
Just to address Commissioner Wessel's concern, Bill Perkins was the recommendation for membership by the Solid Waste Council Chair.
I did see that. I didn't see anything on the other two.
I think that it's Benzie County's determination whether their representative is qualified. We should not have any say in that. I think we have to trust our partners.
All right, Mr. Campbell.
I wonder if we still, if this would eliminate the need for the solid waste council. Seems like these guys are gonna be in charge of recycling. Has there been, because that duplicity thing went through my mind too.
That is part of the discussion, but things are changing. This is a 3-year process, so there's no definite answer to that question right now.
I saw in some of the discussions, I don't think that it was just brought up as a topic as per diem payments. And there was a question as to who would pay those per diem payments. Do you know where that's at?
That was just discussed at the meeting on Friday.
Okay.
So.
And I think we have a motion on the table and some concern over a lack of Leelanau County representation on this body. One solution might be to simply support our candidate and let the others go their way. Support Bill, who I agree he's always Mr. Recycle and also Mr. Stick Builder here in Leelanau County. And yeah, we want him on there, but if we want to voice a tacit disagreement with the lack of involvement in Leelanau County, we can just leave it at him.
I don't know if you can do that. So I think it's all or nothing.
And
So
That's what I don't know. So
that was a question I had. These members here, are they voted on by every county that's in this agreement, or is it just this?
Yes, they are, yes.
So it's something that every county has to agree to, so.
When the board in 2000, whatever it was, approved this plan.
24.
yeah, we did that.
The task for the materials management was viewed as way too complex for our county to do. There was composting in there, there were a lot of requirements that were beyond the scope of what we thought we could do, so we supported it. But I think it's our job to make sure we have the best representatives. I don't know how you do materials management and not have somebody from the Northwest Michigan Environmental Action Council. The biggest advocacy group in the region. So I just would like to put a little halt on this and make sure that we have input on the membership so that they represent us well.
Mr. Walter?
I think we advertise for membership on committees. And when we get applications and we get qualified people. And if we don't, I mean, so if I'm not sure the residency of of Mr. Wood. But one's from Benson County, one's from Leelanau County, if Mr. Wood's from Leelanau County, or is she from Benson County? Or Grand Traverse County, either way, we've got a representative, Benton's got a representative, I'm sure Grand Traverse has got a representative, we're nominating here. And we're kind of beating a dead horse to go through and say, hey, we got anybody else that wants to volunteer for this? We've already gone through our volunteer.
Yeah, myself and the staff in Benzie and Grand Traverse County have been trying to recruit people since last summer.
Right, and we're gonna have a hard enough time recruiting a board member to do this. So, I mean, I'll do it, but you know what I'm saying is, we're still gonna put a board member on this. So I'd say we approve what's presented by the people that are running the program. You know, if we have a problem in the future, we can always back up.
I have a hard time thinking about, maybe I'm not understanding you, Commissioner Wessel. Are you suggesting we ask Benzie County if they really think their person's good enough? I mean, then they would have the right to do that with us, with Bill Perkins. So maybe I'm misunderstanding.
This has been a major initiative for the state for the last year. We have not been discussing it. We have not been involved in it. We have not showed leadership on it. And I think it's time that we have some leadership. If we can't find anybody in the most beautiful county in the state of Michigan that's willing to serve on materials management and composting and environmental issues, we're in trouble.
Well, I think you did.
So I just think we gotta take a step back and make sure we know what our role is, what we're doing, what the outcome is, who's our best representative, and how we act in a very responsible way. I don't feel like we've done that. And I'm not talking about our administrator. I'm talking about, I don't know where we are in materials management.
Well, I think we need to have them here to talk to you.
How many people on this board?
There's a required 11.
Right.
We're trying to fill the last 3, just to
So
get
do
this.
we have any other representatives from Leelanau County?
Who want to be on?
And that town is already.
Well, they represent Leelanau and Grand Traverse. I mean, they're, you know.
I mean, do we have any other Leelanau County residents that are already on the board? You've got 8 positions filled. Do we have any other Leelanau County residents?
Well, it's not based on, it's based on what category you're filling, though. It
Right.
doesn't matter where you live.
Right, well, that's not how it's supposed
I guess for me personally, like I've been with staff, I've followed this process from the get-go, and I understand where they're coming from, and how this goes forward. I've talked with staff where they've had trouble finding people to apply for some of these positions based on what's the requirement in some of this. It's a state regulation that's come down that we have no choice to but abide by, from my understanding. So me personally, I don't have a problem with this. I understand some of everybody else's concerns, but it's kind of up to you guys, whatever, what the majority feels like needs to be done, I guess. Mr. Bunny?
Yeah, who's funding this?
It's the state.
They have provided funds to this group?
Yeah, I provided some kind of background information in the packet on this whole process.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Any other discussion? All right, if not, we have a motion with support. Why don't we do a roll call on that?
Commissioner Walter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunnick,
No.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
passes.
All right,
5-2.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah, because they're requesting another county member from this body to serve on this committee.
Yeah, if anybody wishes to, I guess let me know, and then we'll go from there or something, so.
So that's two.
Oh, they want two from this body or?
No, there are two more.
There'll be two more. There'll be a total, I understand it right, there'll be a total of 13 members on this board.
Right.
There'll be one member from each county commission, all three of them that will serve on this committee.
So we need somebody though for area agency on aging and this.
Correct.
So two more, yeah.
If I, Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I, just my concern, I'm fine to move on, but this group is going to determine the program for our county. So we can't just let Bill Perkins be our only representative there. We need to be informed, we need updates. We need to make sure that the people in Benzie County and Grand Traverse County that have a different level of resources than we do don't direct a program that doesn't meet our needs. So that's my concern.
To have an opportunity to serve, sir.
All right.
So I think you'll be a great representative for Leelanau County.
All right. Moving on down through our agenda, item number 10, we have facilities maintenance.
We have several items here. One is that we budgeted this, well, I'm gonna let,
Morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Roach. I'm the facilities director here now. Understand it's a creative position, a new position. And we've got a lot of things on the table here. We've assembled a new team with a lot of talent. I think counting myself, we've got 3 new hires. And specifically what the things that I want to accomplish is try to actually develop a maintenance management system.
we're dealing with the first issue.
Okay.
And that is to purchase a truck, and we, this has been budgeted for this 2025. Instead of going out for bids, we like to utilize the bids that have been put out by the state of Michigan for the vehicle that we desire. It's been done by My Deal, so that has been competitively bid. So we're asking for approval to go ahead and replace the 2015 maintenance truck, which will remain in our department, but we'll be using it for other items. So that's the first item that's on this list.
Mr. Wessel?
I move to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 2500 HD from Tom Winslow Chevrolet in the amount of $54,172.50, with funds to come from water pool account ending in .970.
Support by Commissioner Alguier. Any discussion on that? Not all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0.
The next item is that we have budgeted in the Parks and Rec budget to purchase a new mower, a tractor mower, which would be, I don't remember which part that we mainly use that, but the one we have is starting to wear out. We are asking for permission to go out for bids for this particular product. We have not checked if this particular type of specification is on My Deal, but we're asking your permission to go put a request for proposals out to move forward. And I think what did we have budgeted for the truck? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
That's okay. The truck is right, we budgeted right for the truck, and the mower, we did budget 38,500 for the mower at Veronica Valley. And then to go out for bids for the 40 horse, we guesstimated in the 36,000 range.
Yes, so we're going out for, so we're ready to go out for the bids.
So are we looking at 2 mowers?
No, just one.
Oh, I have that we're buying one for 38.5 that we put in the budget.
Yeah.
For Veronica, that's a mower, but that we were gonna go out, oh, is that what we're going is for
Yes.
this one? Oh, because we haven't got a vendor. Sorry, that's the one that's budgeted.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is the one that's budget, just one.
I know there's another bucket that they're gonna push off for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on part one.
Yeah.
All right, so I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the request for the maintenance department to prepare and publish a request for proposal for a new mower.
Support for Commissioner Walter, any discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Same sign.
Now you can start.
I got a little excited there, so excited to get my ideas across. Basically, the maintenance management system in place for the whole county facilities, we're talking parks, antennas, everything that's kind of in my purview, just retired. It really was a testament to his capabilities as they built the new infrastructure around him, that he was able to keep all the diverse and sophisticated things in line, on time, you know, all the different inspections, all the requirements, the amount of obligations that we have has only increased with the county size and with the new assets that we brought on. Additionally, we're looking to bring on more assets with our parks program. And when you take on more things, like in the sheriff's department, they take on more risk, they need to come up with risk management systems. And we're taking on a lot more maintenance. We need to come up with a system. It's grown beyond the capabilities of just one person. And so my background in aviation maintenance, my first career, we switched from a paper system, which is where we're at right now at the county, tracking everything by paper, by receipts and files. We switched from that to a computerized maintenance management system in 2002. So this is really long overdue. And I think to continue on any further is being irresponsible with the assets of the county.
Any questions or money?
Yeah, I like what you did here, but it doesn't seem to be the way that we go out for proposals. You've just contacted three different, at least from the way I read it, yes. Go ahead. You've contacted three different, vendors, and then you made a decision which one you like best, and then gypped them down as much as you could. I mean, that's the way I read what.
Sure, and let me expand or clarify a little bit. I didn't start with three. Okay. I started with about 20, whittled it down to 10 based on reading on the internet. And then I took meetings with about 5 or 6. So I brought it down to something that is actually within the administrator's purview to approve. It started at 4,500. I got it down below that. The number that you're seeing is for 2 years, and that maintains our rate.
Okay, so let me back up here for you, Will, and for the rest of you. And I sent it to you last night. Yeah, right after my arrival back in April, one of the things I looked at is that we did change our budget rules to whereby instead of the way you would probably remember, we have a tier. So anything up to $5,000 can be done, or $4,999 can be undertaken by the staff, and whatever we can prove it and move it forward. Anything from the $4,499 to up to $10,000, we can go out for 3 proposals, and the supervisor can approve it, or if they feel like it's warranted, it should still come before the council for that approval. Anything over $10,000 has to go out for a request for proposals, unless we ask you to waive that and to waive going out for bids. What was realized at that point, when we put all that before the Board of Commissioners at that time, was that we were kind of monkeying up the works, because some things needed to get done and we needed to move forward, but we're being behind into getting it done. So I realized that when I was thinking about this over the weekend, that you may not have seen that document, but it's the same document that got approved by the Board of Commissioners when they adopted the 2025 budget. So it's all out there before, so we haven't changed this in a bit, so. That we can't go for a request, but it has to be written requests. We gotta have documentation that we did search it, we did get it, such as what's gonna come, what I've got done on the pits. Another example is on the pits that we have gotten proposals in writing. Everything's under $10,000 within the authorization, as long as it's been budgeted. If it hasn't been budgeted, it's gotta come to you. So we have made that change a little bit, Will, that may have, that's how we're doing it. So this falls within the approval of the department head or the county supervisor. But because there's a change in the system, we wanted the opportunity to present this to you, so we're doing something a little different. How we're going to manage all this and all of your assets, as a county, facility director. So.
Well, plus it doesn't seem like it's budgeted.
Correct. And that's what
That's the key. It has
Administrator
to be
Lewis said.
budgeted.
If it's been budgeted, then there's some latitude there, like you were discussing. If it's not budgeted, here you are.
Yeah. If it's not budgeted, we got to come to you.
Commissioner Algar and Commissioner Westland.
I move to recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the contract with Limbo Solutions, Inc. for computerized maintenance management software for a term of 2 years.
All right.
And I did that. Thank you for taking that step.
It needs to be done, but that's what I feel like you hired me to do.
Yeah, yes. We knew that had to be done.
Question or discussion on the motion? Ronnie, yep.
Yeah, there's that $1,800 the first year that they're waiving, so, and that's supposed to help you with bidding.
That's it's kind of, yeah, what that does is it's an AI function, artificial intelligence function that works in the inventory system. And what that does is when we have anything in stock, okay, so anything parts related, and this will cover everything. It's a very sophisticated system. And what it allows us to do is track our inventory. And then when we're out of an inventory, it will use this function to search across the internet for the best price for us, for everything we need. And it's kind of a bell and whistle. I negotiated them to give us a year free. We can opt out at any time. And we can elect to keep going with it if we think it's useful, if it saved the county a lot of money. If not, we can just discontinue it at the end of the first year.
Is it an automatic renewal?
It's not automatic renewal. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
And would this come back to us before it's renewed or under these new budget rules?
In 2 years?
No, in 1 year, because that's when the renewal, that's when.
No, you are approving a 2-year contract with this group right now.
For that amount of money, not an extra $1,800.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
It is also, excuse me, typical, and we generally follow this rule quite strictly, that the chair signs the contracts. Department heads do not sign contracts.
All right, any other discussion? If not, move on. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Carried 7-0.
Next 2 items are going to be mine. First of all, is the HVAC system. Through our budget discussions this year, and it's also been in the county's capital improvement plan for a number of years, for a few years. There were some major concerns as it relates to the county's HVAC or cooling tower and governmental center cooling tower. We and it was approved last year that we should move forward with this. We would like permission to go out for a request for proposal to hire, to look for a mechanical engineer that will help us to do 3 things. And these are going to be 3 separate. In the bid sheet, we'll have it listed as this item, and this item, so that once we find someone, we want them to work with the county through the entire system, from everywhere, from an analysis of what is needed to a completion of the work if it so moves it that far. And each one of them has their steps. First thing you need to do is to look for a mechanical engineer that would help us to analyze the information and data within the maintenance department and further evaluate what steps will need to be taken to prepare a cost estimate. They'll take all the information that we have. A lot of the information is already, you have it. You have some of it that's in your packet already that's been evaluated by D&W engineering in the past. And what we want to do is to go through that, evaluate it, and say, here's what we need to be doing. That will be brought back to you before it is authorized to move forward with preparing a bid package. Once you authorize the preparing of the bid package, it will be up to this engineering firm to prepare the bid specifications, assist the county in the issuance of requests for proposals, and to undertake the work. They would also assist us in evaluating the bids and providing a recommendation to this board to proceed. And finally, if it goes to that step, you will then we will ask for that firm to also serve as our construction oversight, to review and approve all invoices and to close out the project. Mainly to say, yes, what we wanted, we have received from the bidder. So this is where we are. This has been budgeted for this year to move forward with it. And I'll turn it over to Kathy. So
Sure. And to give you a bit of background, HVAC is a very broad term. This is specifically the cooling tower, the humidification system for the jail, and an air handler. Is it an air handler in the
I brought my
maintenance room?
HVAC with you here. You can
That's
talk
okay. But HVAC is kind of broad. Back in 23, the board evaluated replacing heat pumps and chilled beam system, and they've opted to go toward replacing heat pumps. So we're not talking the whole system. What we're talking about specifically here is the cooling tower out in the back lot here, the humidification system for the jail, and an air handler in the maintenance room. What has been budgeted is a contingent line item. It's in your contingency fund in your budget. And I think we've put away, like it says here, about $430,000 roughly to take the ding out of this. So you've got something in your approved budget. We don't know what it's going to be, but that's what we're looking for in the EDS. As Administrator Lewis stated, we need an engineer to work with our maintenance and D&W on site and say, here's our issues. Develop us an RFP so we can go out and find this. But we need that professional. Is that fair?
It's fair to say that. I may have to add, though, that.
you may want to give your name for the board for those.
I'm sorry, I'm Gary O'Connor. I'm the electrician HVAC technician for D&W Mechanical and for this county.
By contract.
By contract, thank you. And I do need to point out one other thing, though, that since I've been given this job October 2nd of 2007, I have had the factory and factory representatives on every piece of equipment in this entire campus. So I've been thoroughly trained on everything here. So what brings this up here is the age factor. And I brought these people in here on my own to make sure that when I made these recommendations that they knew what I was talking about, their recommendations on what to do. So that's why we're here now. Consideration.
Questions. So you need somebody smarter than you guys because you're really good.
Oh, thank you for that.
This is going to cost the service is going to be over $10,000. By our rules, I have to go out for bid. Now, it doesn't mean that D&W can't, more than likely, but they're going to submit a proposal, I hope. But we have to go out for bid unless you want me to waive the bid and do a sole contract with D&W. I would not, this is not going to be like, oh, it's only going to cost us $12,000. This is going to cost us a little bit of money for these services.
Yeah, the only thing here is that We're asking for a RFP, nothing more in this.
They're authorized to go out, and I shouldn't have put HVAC engineer, I should have put mechanical engineering.
Right, and don't we have machine engineering already, in
We do not
contract?
have them under any kind of contract, no.
All right,
Yeah.
all right, so
And whether they have that expertise, I don't know either, so.
And they could bid. Machine could bid this.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve preparation, issuing a request for proposal for mechanical engineering services regarding the government center cooling tower and air handler and humidification at the jail and government center.
Support. All right, support by Commissioner Elgar. Any further discussion? Right,
Didn't we just replace pipes or something out to that unit just a couple of years ago?
Yes, we did. And that is through the building now. And then of course, but the cooling tower is the issue.
Right, I remember what's that.
Yeah, that's what our concern is right now, because the manufacturer, of course, has obsoleted certain parts, this, that, and the other.
Plain obsolescence.
Unfortunately. And not to mention, we do have two new entities in this complex downstairs, which adds a bit of a labor to the rest of this whole building. If that makes sense.
Well, and we may be adding a third, so.
Yeah.
we make
Good
sure we
point.
provide for that.
Good point.
But I think the part that got me more than anything else when we were going through this, if for some reason this summer it gets 90 degrees and the system shuts down, we're closed.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that's
There
a
is no
very
air
valuable
conditioning in
point.
this building. We're closed.
Without air.
The windows don't open here.
Yeah.
Well, we could get it going. All we gotta do is take one of our surplus.
all right, Commissioner Handel.
Just, it says that they were undersized. I take it they've been undersized since.
In '06, when this was designed, it was designed for a certain setting. It was done in Grand Rapids. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But what we've done now is, like you just said, we're about to add a third entity to this building. What does that mean is there's more heat pumps, heating involved to accommodate these new areas. The two areas downstairs now have got additional heat pumps that were never figured into the original design. So what we're trying to do now is we're going to spearhead any potential problems in the future.
And another design discussion we've had is that the cooling tower was set on the tarmac right outside the lower level, and the sun reflects off that cement wall and
Yes.
heats the cooling tower. So it's fighting against itself to
And thank
do
you for
what it
bringing
needs.
that up.
Well, thank you for teaching
Well,
me.
the reason why that's a big issue is because if you're familiar with what a parabolic reflector is, long story short, when you look at where that's set, there's two cement slabs. I've actually taken thermometers and put it inside the cooling tower and on the walls to actually see this, because when we get to 87 degrees and above outdoors, the cooling tower has very, very little effect on cooling it. And I was able to prove that through statistics and through temperature. So what happens is this. Heat is always attracted to cool. So that heat was reflected off of the cement and absorbed into the actual water in that cooling tower. And I actually proved that. And that's what causes certain lockouts that we'd have with heat pumps. And thank you again.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Commissioner Wessel.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners.
I think
we
we
have
already
a
have a
motion.
motion.
Yeah, I have that motion. Well, I'll do it again.
Commissioner Elgar.
You know what? I understood that that's been going for a few years. It's not just
Indeed, indeed.
the new developed area.
Yes, and I've been able
We've
to
been
monitor.
talking about this for a long time.
I have at least 5 years, but it was going on way before. But like I said, I purposely brought in the representatives and the factory people on all of this equipment that we were having continual problems with to make sure that I was on the right track. And of course, as time goes on, this is what they're telling us that we really need to consider on doing. I'm doing everything I can to keep this equipment running for obvious reasons. And we will continue to do that. I have an alternative or plan B, but we need to take and address this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
we
thank
all
you.
understand this has been a long standing.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we've had enough discussion. I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0. All right, next we are at the.
Walkway.
You're done.
Later this spring, when the weather comes, we will be replacing all the decking and the railings and everything at the walkway at the Leelanau Dam that it is been given to Eastland Construction. Everything was designed and evaluated and they prepared the bids by Michelin Engineering Inc. One thing we forgot to do when we awarded the contract was also to ask them to oversee the construction administration to make sure that everything gets constructed as was designed. So we just need to get formal approval to continue their services through this project. So they've already done some completed some work. So.
All right, Commissioner Money.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the agreement for professional services with Machine Engineering Incorporated for construction administration services for the Leelanau Dam pedestrian project in the amount not to exceed $4,000, with the funds to come from ending in 801,000.
All right, supported by Commissioner Wessel. Any discussion? Not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0.
The other one is on Eastland Construction. As we got ready to prepare for all this, one thing we realized is that on the side of our bridge that which is on the Falling Waters Lodge side of that, of course, we do not own that property. We stop right there at the edge of the bridge. In order to be able to undertake this construction, we are required to meet ADA compliance, which means a ramp needs to be built on that particular portion of it if we're going to leave the gate, if we're not going to have a gate. But we don't own it, we don't pay for it, and so that's not within our responsibility. So we've asked for so that we can get our building permit issued and to make sure everybody's adhering to the rules. We've asked Eastland Construction for the cost of building a specified gate on that end of the walkway in an amount of $5,822. So we need to go ahead and approve the change order number 1. We are in conversation with Falling Waters Lodge about the issue that we have there. I think that I'd like to believe, and I'm hoping that they will end up constructing the walkway. And if that happens, especially if they have that affirmation that they're going to do that, we probably won't have to implement this change order, but we need to have this change order in place so we can get so easily can you get the building permit to start the work. So this is where we are.
Great. Mr. Algar.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve change order number 1 with Eastland Construction regarding the Leelanau Dam pedestrian bridge project in the amount of $5,902, with funds to come from 805,000,000,000,775,000.
All right, so support. Supported by Commissioner Wessel. Any discussion? About it?
I don't think we need to put a gate there. I mean, because we're depending on them. We just put the railing right around and block it off. So they
Sorry, sir, we have to have a gate. It's our responsibility.
Okay, if they don't build that ramp, why are we putting a gate there?
But if they build the ramp, we won't put the gate there.
But I'm saying if they don't build the ramp,
we have to put the gate there.
Why can't we just block it off? Why does it have to be a gate?
It's just a gate that'll have a lock on it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And that way, if in the future they do build a ramp, they would like to build a ramp so that their clientele could go across it. That way it's easy enough to open instead of blocking it off.
My point is that if it just comes to a dead end, we don't need a gate. They can walk out, walk back. And if they decide to build the ramp, then we can just open it up because there'll be.
This is the recommendation that's come down. But
I think for that $5,000, you can do something for 500, you know?
Maybe, but it may not meet code.
If it's a railing, it would be cold. It has to go right, you're just talking about it being 5 feet wide instead of.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Kathy?
I'm recalling there's an agreement too, with the entities on either end of our walkway that they have access, for their guests. Am I recalling that agreement?
There is that agreement. But they will have to make the access, that if they don't come up with the access on that side, we need to make sure and assure that access is not available.
And we also need access for our staff.
Yeah.
Not to get off of it, but just to the right to the thing. I mean, if they don't build that ramp, we've got a gate there that we have to keep and make sure that it's locked all the time. Yeah. You know, we create something that somebody can just step out into an injury. So I would say we just, and if they don't build, if they do build it, we don't put the railing across there. Just to make it much cheaper, you know, 1/10 the price. That's my thing.
Any other discussion? All right, if not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 6-2 or 5-2. All right. Thank you. Next on, we are on to administration. We have boards and commissions. My understanding this is just on the agenda, so we can have it on our agenda next week, next Tuesday night. I did submit all the appointments to Lauren. She has them, so she'll get those out to you for review, but I might have to go change that if we got a couple more tonight or today, so.
We usually discuss it and vote on it.
Yep, yeah, it'll be at the
Next
Tuesday
week,
meeting. Yep.
next Tuesday night.
Oh, so we're not gonna discuss.
Yeah, I didn't have anything yet, so.
So when will we see it?
Next Tuesday. Well, then when she has it updated sometime over the day tomorrow, let's send it out to you in advance.
Your suggestion.
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
And if there's some vacancies in there, we'll try to highlight them so that they can get filled.
And I will preface, like I tried my best to give everybody what they asked for, and I was able to do that with most everybody. There's a couple I had to change around because just for fairness and everything else, but everybody at least got, I think 2 options that they wanted, so. I tried my best on that, and if anybody has a better recommendation when they come forward, I'm open to suggestions, but I feel like it's the most balanced approach, so.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we move the commissioner appointment to boards, commissions, committees, and lots of authorities forward to next week.
So in the meantime, if there's a meeting for a board that we've been on before next week, I don't know if there is or not. We just attended. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a meeting coming up.
Possibly, potentially, but I was told that even if we did approve it here, it would still have to be approved at the regular meeting for it even to take effect, so. Yeah,
Right, but yeah, I've got a meeting. I was wondering if I was supposed to go. I guess I'll go.
yeah, might as well, I don't care, so.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Wessel, yep. All right, any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0. And I will note, based on that too, I know Administrator Lewis passed on Dyer's email to everybody. And I guess my request to you guys is to, read through that, we'll leave that as is, and then that way it takes it off his shoulders to kind of figure out what to do with that committee. And we'll let Mr. Dyer deal with that when he takes that role effectively, so. So we'll let him deal with that. All right, moving on, we have item number B.
Stop for a minute, please. Let's take a break. We'll take about a 5-minute
It's
break.
been an hour and a
Take a
half.
5-minute break.
I brought like 2 little spin blankets. My wife, she knows I'm angry.
So I get this guy.
She wanted to avoid that. Smart girl.
And then that.
Yeah.
And
Mr. Elgar?
Two and a half years ago, an abrupt decision was made that put our financial handling kind of up in the air with no plan, no planning, nothing. We've had lots of changes. This has been a long process. It's been a difficult process to do our planning afterwards. I would hope that we would have the wisdom as we discuss any changes or any actions that we ensure that our finance department is solid. They feel comfortable. They have people who they have trained and feel are experienced enough so that the transition can be looked at as complete. And I would hope that we not make any changes to make us feel better without the recommendation of our finance department that they are ready. So I would move that I would like to see a recommendation from our administrator and of course, he already made one, but with the advice of our finance department on what they need before we make any changes to the stipends and instead of using the word stipends, I would say when they feel ready and solid to function completely independently without the assistance of the clerk and the deputy clerk. So I don't understand our role in dictating stipends just to make us feel better. This has been a long process. It's been a miserable process. And I want to see that they are solid, and I don't want to do anything without their recommendation and assurance that they're ready. So I don't want to take any action. It changed things.
So respectfully, you're right, board took action, or board to vote to implement what I had written here. So as of this day.
With the advice.
Again, the board took action. The way I read it, to take action to the scaling back of the stipends is remove this board. So at this point, at the beginning of January, we are down to 5 hours a week at $25 per 4 hours. So this reductions have already started to take place. If you want to freeze them, it's up to you. So you will have to take action. At least that's the way the motion was written, and that's the way it was approved.
Except there is, with the advice of the finance department, they're ready.
Well, we've been reducing it. Now, if you want to stop where we are right now, y'all are going to have to take a separate motion.
All right, Commissioner
We
Bunny.
don't have a motion on the floor.
We do not. I was asked to put this back.
I understand, but we have to get a motion on the floor to get into discussion and make our decision as this board, not the last board. Not, you know what I'm saying? And
Well, I agree. I'm just letting you know where we are.
all right.
So,
I can make a motion.
okay, what kind of motion you got?
I would move that stipends continue as previously moved. And that, but they continue until the finance department states that they are ready for them to be removed.
All right, is there support?
What level?
I guess,
just trying to
you know
get it
what,
clarified.
we still need. You know, you said we've reduced them
The 5 hours a week, that's where
to
we
5
are.
hours a week, so continue
At the 5 hours a
with
week.
any change
Okay.
being suggested by the finance department.
So that's your motion?
Sure, it's kind of sloppy, but yes.
Is there support for that motion? All right, the motion dies. So from my understanding, talking with the administrator, this was simply on the agenda simply because that was requested by the previous board. So it was literally just a discussion with no motion. So Commissioner Bunny, you have anything?
Yeah, I appreciate the information. I'm happy that you gave it to us, you know, and I think that we just move on to the next subject. I mean, we're all been informed about it and we know what's gonna happen. I thank you for that.
Except that we do know that this isn't terminated until advised by the finance department.
No, ma'am.
But that's in there.
No, ma'am.
We have to include that.
No, ma'am.
You're just gonna cut it off whether we're ready or not.
That's what the motion said back in December. When we did this in when did we do this on November? It said that we were following this action, but it still had to come back. That's how I've implemented it. Now, if I've implemented incorrectly, I don't think I have.
No, you've done what?
Okay.
Well, as one member of last year's board, it's my understanding that this was approved and passed, and this is the plan, and come February 21, we're done. I mean, that's my understanding.
Except that we knew that this board could change it.
Correct, and based on the motion, that did not occur, so I recommend that we just.
This board is not making any changes.
I am deeply concerned, though, that we are making high-handed judgments up here and repeat what we did. It'll be 3 years ago pretty soon. Any action has to be done with the advice of our finance department that they are ready.
All right, we appreciate your comments. We're gonna move forward with no motion. So item number C, we have chairs. Declare a surplus.
Okay. As the board has approved replacing all of the office chairs in the building. I think the chairs that have been used in this building have been here since 2008. Maybe some of them not as long, but anyway, the new chairs will be arriving on Thursday from Staples. They will be put together and placed into all the offices that have chairs, including over the law enforcement. Now we're gonna have all these other chairs and we just need to declare them surplus. We'll try to sell them. Some of them may just be put into a dumpster and go away, recycled. But we need to declare other chairs or else we're just going to have to stack them someplace. Anyway, so that's what we need.
Commissioner Wessel.
I move to recommend that the approximately 130 old desk chairs at the government center and the sheriff's office be declared surplus with any monies from sales of the chairs to go into the capital building fund ending in 0.673.000 as a sale of a fixed asset.
Support.
All right, supported by Commissioner Bunny. Any further discussion?
Is there any thought to offering to, you're not gonna get much now, just offering it to a nonprofit? I mean, to give preference to a nonprofit
If they come in and say they want to look at it, well, at a discount, I can assure you. I just want to know.
Yeah, there might be somebody.
There may be out there. We'll let people know.
All right, any other discussion? Not, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried 7-0. All right, next up, we have office build out, drain commissioner.
Okay, Take it from there in the packet. Have information where that under state statute, the county is required to provide office space for this drain commissioner. As we shared, as everyone know, the county had been fortunate over the years that former drain commissioner Steve Christensen was also an employee of the Leelanau Conservancy District, and the district allowed the use of their office space for our drain commissioner at the same time. So with his retirement and the election of Tim here to the board, the county is now required to provide some office space for the drain on this campus. We can't give them the office space at home, or we can't give them guidance saying office space in South Bay. He's got to be right here and somewhere on this campus, inside the building preferably, so they're taking there. Tim has thoughts about where he feels like the office should be, and I have thoughts where I think the office should be, so we'll just, and I know Tim had, I don't know if he gave this, I thought I had this in the package.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody had.
Okay, good.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I saw the handout. I was kind of nervous that I didn't have it in the packet. So anyway, his thoughts about where this is going to be. As I shared, that we're going to have a walking tour. We did get a price, and it may be a high price, but it was a price for a build out of space that's downstairs in the basement, or what is called what do you call it, Jen, the ugly room?
Yes.
Okay, anyway, that's the name board is right here. So anyway, this is where that's at. I did get Kathy was kind enough to get me a cost that RCI had when we built out the space downstairs for the Leelanau District Health Department. That cost down there was, I think, $356,000. So I mean, that's one reason we reached out to RCI. They've had the best experience, the latest experience of doing major build outs here in this building. So, but until you go out for design work and bidding, it could be lower, it could be higher, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you'd like to stop for a moment, we'll take a walking tour, and then we can come back and have a further discussion, or Tim, or do you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the number that you got in your packet from RCI is for doing 875 square feet. I don't need 875 square feet. I'd need about 440 square feet. So quite a difference. So, the number that's reflected, I just wanted to make sure you knew that that's not what we can cut that in half. We can even get it less than that if we use I've done some research with local contractors here that are insured and bond, and they can do the work just as good as RCI. And for roughly what I'm looking for, roughly $100,000. Okay, plus or minus.
The other thought is, if we're going to go into there's some probably things that I think that were thought about at the time. We're going to do a build out project. Is it probably do it for one item, or do you want to think bigger for the future? That's up to you folks. So we're glad to take a little walking tour, and you can see what we're talking about. So okay.
Sure.
You and Carrie are getting along okay, aren't you? I didn't know if you're gonna move into this place or.
No, I like it here, but not that. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Myra's going to end up here. Back.
I have no idea. Never done it before. I had fun. I don't have to. Nothing to be said.
Okay, we're gonna go back in here to this spot back in here first. Excuse me, sir. All right. All right. So Tim, what was the question that someone asked you that asked everyone to hold up? Help me.
Not sure what was the question now that was brought up. Don?
What was the question that was brought up next door here? I don't remember what it was, but go ahead.
Wasn't important, I think.
We tried to limit all conversations downstairs so people that are watching TV or in here could hear it. I know everyone had the opportunity to follow this, but.
It was about the square footage of that area there.
Yeah, okay.
And it was like 1,500 or 150 square feet.
150 square feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is not enough. It's not enough.
If I can just add a couple pieces to discussion. There's a couple different ways you could go about it. There's a set cost to get someone out here with all their people. So even if you just wanted to do one straight wall across there, there's kind of a set price. And it doesn't matter if you're building a tiny wall or a big wall, to get everybody out there to make sure the HVAC and everything works right with that area. There's that cost. So when you bring that out, it's like, how much do you want to go from that base price? And so the things that I discussed are making it somewhat mirror the other side. And you could do that one by just doing the wall with plans to do it later. Or in the initial construction, you could do, say, a wall and 2 offices with the option to build in 2 more. It's just whatever you guys determine as the board you want to do. And then in terms of big picture, the price for that is going to climb. I suspect it'll be in that neighborhood of 250 to 300,000. But is it better to pay that now or down the road when I see line items in Parks and Rec for $100,000 pavilion? So it's how you want to plan it out and structure the finances is what I would contribute to that.
Rollins?
Question I have, Tim, is reading your email here, is you're gonna appoint a deputy?
Yeah, well, most likely it'll happen.
All right, you're talking about office space for you, what about them?
Yeah, and that's true, but I guess what Pat is saying actually would work the best in that scenario, because if you just build one straight wall across down there, we can always, you have like those partition walls. Those partition walls, you can create office, small office here or there, you can move them around, and so I really think when the time comes that a deputy commissioner is necessary, we'll be able to create something, with partition walls. We don't have to construct, unless everyone feels it's necessary to construct a wall. But I don't see why we can't just use partition walls. The deputy drain commissioner, the only time I really need any privacy is if I'm talking with a property owner that, deserves some privacy if we're talking about some sensitive issues. But in most cases, the deputy drain commissioner is gonna be included.
What I'm looking at is, you're saying 150 is not enough, but if you get a deputy, you want 400, you're down to 200 or less again. So why is it 150?
Well,
so what do you need?
Well, when I said 440, which is roughly 20 by 22, okay, there's enough room for a deputy in that room. Okay, that's what I'm getting at, is if we need to do any type of division, between me and him, we could use partition walls.
When you talk about a deputy needing a second office, that's in the future.
Yeah.
I think it would be useful to have the office created over here. If you in the future vacate it, because we put it in our budget to create space downstairs, which we don't have now, because it's a considerable expense. That's the kind of thing we generally plan for. Stick it in our budget, do lots and lots of research, For a minimal expense, we could create an office here. You could probably manage that per year. And then in next year's budget, we could consider, you'll have been on the job for a year, whether you need a deputy, what kind of space you need, but we just don't have that big a number lying around in our budget this year. It's the kind of thing we plan for pretty far in advance to make that kind of expenditure.
Well, and the other consideration is that that's the last remaining space we have. So we need to be really sure what our needs are going to be in the next 10 years. Because it may not just be the drain commissioner that needs space. We've got an HR person that Richard's talked to us about, making sure that we had that conference room available because she needs some privacy when she talks to staff as well. I think we have to be very careful about how and I'm glad we put the health department downstairs, but in the long run, we might have designed that a little bit differently. And a comment, so we need a long range plan for the building, I think, before we do anything.
Money?
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. If we continue with storage down here. I don't know that we've got a huge area that's used for storage and I know it's all in cages and stuff, but that is a heated storage area and that could be in a pole barn. I mean, and then we have a huge area that is left. I mean, that would be like, you know, Gwen said, another huge expense, but there is that space available for offices or for whatever, if we have to. But at this, you know, because I still think that, you know, we'll probably grow as a county and we may need it.
Yeah, Bill?
Yeah, the idea of a deputy, at this stage, and let's just say the foreseeable future, honestly, I think that's very similar to our deputy clerk, deputy treasurer. It's state law to make sure that should something happen to your elected official, that there's someone else who can come in and sign papers. And so I'm not, I mean, honestly, it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's really a very part-time job, as in maybe about half-time job at this particular stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really can't see a need for you and a deputy to be in there working for long periods. That's how it's been for a long time, and given what Leelanau County has as far as drainage. And we don't have big river systems or things like that, but I may be wrong about all that. That's just what I'm thinking. And if we eliminated the use of the current office as a possibility.
Yeah, you have to talk to the folks downstairs, but they have the intention of using that office to put some of their personnel into that office. And that's all their space.
Okay, but it was our space when we had an agreement with them.
Yeah, Kathy didn't get to hear that question. So you asked space in the drain commissioners along with soil conservation. The space for the drain commissioner is budgeted and put separately in that budget for his space. So that is county space. The space to the soil conservation is county space. That used to be in a rental and it was moved into here. The numbers matched itself and there was a cost savings, but you decide, if I'm not mistaken, what's in the soil conservation office.
I have no earthly idea what y'all's arrangements are.
Yeah, own it. They don't own it. They rent it from you.
Well, the question comes down to, they think they own it. It's theirs.
Well, that's fine.
Okay, I got another point here.
Can I just finish what I was talking about?
Sure.
That's gonna be a left fielder, but I think also maybe we could talk to the health department. To me, it's a natural place in the health department location. Yeah, they take a little more negotiation. Everyone's, if you will, guarding their turf. But I like the idea of not expanding into that other space, into the open area. And I like the idea of having folks working more in a centralized, I take it, it's almost like a family. You can put a family in a great big house. It doesn't mean there's any more love in that family because it's a great big house. You can't be so tight that you can't stretch your arms either. So I'm not sure about opening that up, that storage space for one person. I feel.
All right, Commissioner Walter.
Don't we have a vacant parole office upstairs? Because we Department of Corrections assigned a parole agent here. And then the probate court complained they didn't want a parole officer, they didn't want convicts to come and see a parole officer in their probate court area. So they moved him, the parole office, to the jail. Now, this was years ago, but to my knowledge, that office is still empty upstairs.
Can't answer that question.
I mean,
All I'm looking at that, all that is under the authority of the courts. And I don't know what arrangement you have here for that, so.
I think it needs to be investigated.
I mean,
If there's an open office upstairs.
It's vacant. I mean, the prosecutor's office is up there, it's not under the courts.
But I haven't gone upstairs and looked around.
Well, the other thing is, if it is true that the conservation district, they don't own it, or, they're renting. I would just say an elected official, Steve, it seems like the elected official that took over Steve's position should just go into his office. If that's the case, I should move into where he was.
At least for now. I mean, because right now you don't have a spot, right?
But he has.
I'm just using Buzz's conference. He's got a little conference room
that's
there.
downstairs.
I'm just using that. But that's, again, that's not, it's small. It's just basically, it's like this room over here that we were just looking at, okay?
But anyways, if it's possible to use that office to get you set up for a while. That makes a lot of sense, so we can budget it like you're saying.
Commissioner Money.
Yeah, I just say we could table this until next week and get the information about whether there's a probation officer, if that office is available to us, because it sounds like he's amenable to being in the office that Steve was in, if that's available. And I would say I would move to table this till next week.
Don't table, refer.
All right, yeah.
I was taught, you table, then you got to vote to take it off the table, just refer and discuss.
Support that motion.
Right, so we got a motion to refer.
Okay.
Is it refer or just move forward on the agenda?
Move
to
forward on
regular?
the agenda.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that okay with you, Ty?
Move forward to the agenda on Tuesday. Okay.
All right, any further discussion on that?
Should we give it more time than come back next?
Wow.
Well, we can, I mean,
And refer, especially if you've got a place you can temporarily hang a hat, then give us a month to look at it rather than a week.
Well, let's see if
We
we're ready.
don't know if we're gonna make a decision next week, so we can just defer to next
We
week.
can leave it on, and then if we get more details in a week, and then if we don't have enough, we can move it on. So, but at least that keeps the ball rolling.
Okay, so just want to be clear. So we're checking on this office upstairs that you're talking about. And are we also checking on Steve's old office?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Any further discussion on that motion?
Just one question. Did you have any other preferences? I mean, besides that?
Well, space is an issue. I mean, that's just not big enough, and I can make Steve's office work, because there is enough room for just, when people come and go in there, you got to be able to sit down with paperwork and talk to to the property owners, you know, and I'm still a little, we're still really not following the statute. Okay, you know, when you visit other courthouses, and I've been to a lot of courthouses across the state. Okay, I've been to probably 40 out of the 83. And you know, when you walk down the hallway, you got the county clerk, you got the register of deeds, you got the treasurer, and you got the drain commissioner. Okay, now the drain commissioner has not been a big presence up here. It's a big presence downstate. Okay, so the statute states, you know, that the idea that the public comes in, walks down the hallway, and they can walk into the drain commissioner's office and they can see what the hours are, when the drain commissioner is in, and so forth. So that's why the statute was, you know, and so it's just that Leelanau County doesn't have a huge need for it, but it is slowly growing. You know, we just added 2 drainage districts, and as development occurs, we're gonna have more drainage issues as long as it keeps raining.
If I can just piggyback on the end of that, although it might not be your decision to build that out, I think it's important that at least it was brought up that expansion is going to be an issue here moving forward, and that some serious thought needs to be considered about how you want to divide up the remaining space in this building.
I'll put a note here called long-term plan
You know, and
for the next administrator.
And we want this done by March.
No. No.
One quick thing for you, Mr. Lewis, I don't really want to add to your list, but can you find out either from our attorney or the prosecutor what the legality is of the signage of the drain commissioner? I want it in writing it's not that I don't trust you.
Yeah.
I think we need to have a legal of what we can do and can't do.
See what I can come up with.
You know, and
It is in the
future,
statute.
I think we're future talking here when we say, what are we doing with all our space and what are the possibilities? We do have a big old jail that we're using half of. So let's just keep that in mind too.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor in support. Any other discussion? All right, we'll vote. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. Carried 7-0. All right, next up, we have the 2025 board rules review.
Hopefully, we've accomplished what you all discussed last week as it relates to the rules, and as we shared that we were going to bring these to you so you can take a quick review of them and make sure we covered everything you desired. Main thing is that, of course, we took out the term 2024. We did change all the times on page 120 or under time and place, meeting times. We did change, what's the next one on page? What would have been your page 6, I think, or have been page 8, where we talked about, I expanded on what you were talking about, took out the word committees. I just put all public bodies. Anything you do up here is a public body. So we changed the wording to expand a little bit, and I hope it meets your satisfaction. Public bodies will include, but are not limited to, commissions, committees, boards, and task forces created by the Board of Commissioners with appointments to such public bodies. So basically, I think we attempted to cover everything there. That's, created, you make the appointments as a public body, no matter what you want to call it. So that's the main thing we did there. There's some spaces. We took out on page.
Richard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, back on that, is there a chance that we could add created by or created or commissioned by?
May I ask, what in your mind, what's the difference?
Well, I'm just thinking about the Housing Action Committee was basically commissioned by this board to the Planning Commission. It wasn't, and then the Planning Commission set the committee up. So if we
You
commission
still
it,
would have had to approve that.
yes,
You
yes.
still would have had to allow the creation. I mean,
We did.
if it makes it more comfortable for all of you, I'd be glad to do that. Created.
Is that, well, we have to approve it.
Well, I don't think it makes much difference.
No. Just sounded better.
So after the word created or commissioned by. Put that in there. Other than that, we, of course, we do it on page, we took out the word not on the one page that you asked us to. And I think that was about it. So if you're okay with that one thing.
But we deleted that F2.
Huh?
The F2 has been deleted.
Oh, yeah, all of that was. Yeah, Jim all got deleted, correct.
So I would make a motion that we approve these policies as they are presented.
With this one addition.
Amendments, yes.
So, motion made by Commissioner Bunting, supported by Commissioner Alguier. Any further discussion?
I just might add on that, that our bylaws say we can only allow us to create standing committees and select committees. And those are the only two there. I'd like to see us follow that a little closely, a little more closer. So I don't know if select committees, which are assigned a specific task, if they continue from one board to the next. There's some, I shouldn't have even opened my mouth because it's gonna end in more questions than answers. Well,
Good point.
Good point. You don't have to agree with me. Okay, that's probably not.
Any other discussion? Not, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign.
But because you've done it this way today, then it'll have to be on your meeting next week that you have, it'll be under consent calendar, we'll make the one change. So.
All right, awesome. We're on to review of financials.
We have two batches of claims and accounts, one for 24 expenditures and one for 25. Did anyone review and have questions? I thought Commissioner Bunnick, your question in the proposed or the approved budget for 2025, the sheriff's line item was the body cams. And that was 970. So that's a budgeted line item. You're going to see the sheriff coming before you with the invoice to approve the purchase at the February meeting, I believe. And someone left their cell phone here.
I think it's Tim.
Okay. Any questions on invoices? You're certainly welcome to come see invoices. We can scan them and send them to you anytime you'd like. Just send us an email.
I make a motion that we approve the amendments and transfers.
Oh, there's no amendments or transfers.
Oh, I'm
This is-
sorry.
And I think that comes next. I think it's further on the agenda, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Claims and
down.
accounts are down below.
Claims and
Is it just-
Yeah, so
I'm
now,
sorry.
no, you're good, special reports.
All right, on the special reports. Staff, commissioners. Everybody, nothing? Next up, we're on to public comments.
I'm sorry, you moved on a little quickly. And I was looking at, yeah, for you, I was wondering if, and I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't in, on some type of a report on the cost that will be, that will result from a new union contract. So we have a feel for that.
Are you asking for that to be prepared for you?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to get that in the budget, and I know we had talked about providing a press release
I
on
can-
that.
Well, I made the announcement tonight, so.
Yeah.
Today at the meeting that it has been ratified.
Yeah, so what typically will happen is that large of an amendment would be, not large, I mean, time consuming, if I can use that better.
Yes.
That would typically be happening in May when you get your taxable value of your properties from the equalization
No,
department,
sorry,
because I have to balance it against revenue.
I'm just looking at the cost factor. What will the new contract cost?
Okay. I can provide that to you. I mean, we had a rough estimate in closed session, so I'll talk to Commissioner Administrator Lewis about how I can provide that to you.
Yeah, and I'd like this to be a public number. I'm not trying to just for us. I mean, this is the people's money. And I think they should know how it affects us and our budget. So if you provide that, I should really appreciate it.
Okay, and I thought it might be valuable when you look at the amendment to the building safety budget today, that top number, or the bottom line number does include a new body. So take that out of the equation. That's about a $55,000 increase. So that 128,000, take that additional body out of there if you want to see just the impact of the 3% for the Teamsters. And it includes the 3% for the non-union salaried individual in that. I just amended that whole department because they're an enterprise fund. It was easy to do real quick.
And the reclassification.
And a reclassification, which is a slight increase in an hourly rate. Mhm.
Much appreciated. Kathy.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
All right, now we'll move on to public comment. You have 5 minutes. Anybody wish to give public comment? Yeah.
Kathy Dawkins, Leland Township. Nice listening to folks talk things through. I really appreciate that. A new board, it's important that we do that. And this county is too important that we can't work together. So I'm really glad to see that we're starting out this way and I appreciate it. With the drain commissioner's space, you mentioned courts, parole officer. I'm assuming that office is in the court space. Is that correct?
It's right at the top of the hallway.
Is it?
In the building.
Is it it's not part of the court?
Right.
Okay, because I had a real like, oh no, the judges are not going to put up with that. Okay, okay, it's
Right
not.
at the Top of the hallway, you look right straight, when you go up to the top, it's right there.
Okay, good. As long as it's not within
The
there.
idea wasn't whether it was the inside of everything, it was the probation office.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh.
The I'm the public comment at your meeting that last week. There was a suggestion that you might consider having a 1 minute or short public comment at the beginning of the meeting. I hope that you will never go back to that because basically what happened in the meeting goes better when the public comments at the beginning are agenda specific. We had people that were just basically bogging everybody down, both the board and the audience, talking about things that had nothing to do with what we are here. There are other places for these people to discuss those things, or they can contact their commissioners outside of the meeting, but please don't go back to that. Let them come back and stay at the end and then talk about all those things that have nothing to do while you're up there. Energy Task Force, I'm sorry to see that you decided to no longer be involved with that. I don't know about anybody else, but my house unfortunately uses a lot of electricity for heating purposes and other things. And in the wintertime, my electric bills are always over $300. Unfortunately, I can't do solar panels because I'm surrounded by woods. So I am all for, let's try to find other ways of bringing our energy costs down and have it more conscious to what's going on with our planet. Meeting starting at 6:30. If I were a person who worked in Traverse City and had a family, I would find that very inconvenient. No matter what time you start and end, it's always going to be the same amount of time. And I wish you would go back to the 7 o'clock. I think you're asking, I mean, it's already hard for people to get here with their daily lives. And to me, you just put another obstacle in somebody's way who has a family or works in Traverse City. You know, with this weather that we have, they can't, zips. What if they work in Northport? They live in, they work in Traverse City, live in Northport. So it's an hour to get back to Northport, eat your dinner. So you get off at 5, you get home at 6. And then you got to turn around and come back here because it's a half hour to get back here from Northport. And if you're up at Cherry Homes, it's even farther. I just think, I think it's unreasonable, and I'm really sorry that that was even considered. As far as the presentations, I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Campbell, that I also meant presentations for not just in-house agencies and offices and so forth. I also like hearing presentations from all the other, like your term, public bodies that this commission has involvement with our issues. I think that's it. Thank you. Good job.
Any other public comment? Mr. Mikowski?
Good afternoon. Steve Mikowski, Lake Leelanau. On the agenda item 11B, our view on the stipend matter today, the commission or commissioners, most commissioners appear to be sending a significant message. We find it peculiar that this whole board denied any input as was requested from the finance director as to her or department's needs for assistance from the clerk or deputy clerk to provide the county taxpayer the best possible finance solutions. This behavior of 6 appears to demonstrate perhaps the very low esteem most commissioners here have for the finance director. Perhaps this is a means of appearing to invite the finance director to exit. We don't know that. Also to us, it seems that there may have been some lively discussions earlier before the meeting regarding this, so that to us, it appears that this whole issue was banned from discussion, or at least some inputs from either the finance director or the clerk or someone from the prior finance department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Appreciate everybody coming. Next up, we have commissioner comments. Mr. Robbins.
Couple things, pass on to your friends, relatives, was at Elmwood last night, and the M7222 project will be starting in a couple weeks, so may want people to live in the north, they want to go a different route. I mean, from what I've been told, you can go north and south, it's on 72, it's gonna be shut down for a good month. So I guess I was told last night that they want to do it in a month. Elmer says they're gonna do it in 3 weeks, so I can do it. On another note, I do want to comment on stipends. It's been a long, almost 4 years. First of all, I want to thank you, Jen. I want to thank Clerk Crocker for providing the support the last, whatever it's been, 1.5 to 2 years. I want to thank you, Mr. Lewis. Kathy, I want to thank you. I have a lot of faith in your department. It's moving forward. I think it's going to continue to move forward. I know we stopped the stipends today, but we're still here to support you, and we're going to support you. And whatever training your people needs, you can come to us and we'll discuss it. We're not gonna let you fail. I don't want this department to fail. If you remember, I started it. And so I just did the stipends have ended. And if you need something, you gotta talk to either Administrator Lewis or Mr. Dyer when he comes in, or the chair, and we're here to support you, and we're gonna make this department work. I thank you for your time.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Allgaier?
I firmly believe that we have to make sure, we have to get the advice of our finance director about any termination of assistance. She did say that she has new employees. It's in everyone's best interest that she feels prepared for that transition. And I sure would hope that we will always get the advice and hear the needs from the finance director about what is appropriate and when they are ready to make this change.
All right, any other commissioner comments?
Well, I'd echo that too, and just let us know. And we got open ears here. I didn't see anything on, as far as communication that was forwarded to us, other than the last meeting. And you and I haven't talked about it personally, maybe other people have talked about it personally. But let us know. If that doesn't work, well, it doesn't work, and I agree. We need to look at what, to make sure what does work. And I appreciate all your efforts. I know your hours are long, and that should not go on.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, if not, we're on to approval of financials.
Now you're motion.
Oh, you'll make a motion to approve post audit in the amount of $1,796,982,017.
Claims is first, I think.
Claims is first? Okay, let's go that way. Move to recommend approval of claims at $358,196.14.
So moved.
Support.
All right.
Didn't even see that, Brent.
Made and supported. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
And
I moved for claims and accounts.
post audit, Post audit.
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Post audit for
$1,796,982.17.
so moved.
All right.
Support.
Motion made and supported. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. That's it. All right.